Hello and welcome back, everyone. How's everyone doing? We are going to be continuing our run. We are going to try and play a little bit faster and maybe try and answer questions a little bit slower because we're going kind of slow. I think we're doing good. I think playing relatively tight. I think I'm agonizing over decisions a little bit too much. Maybe that's more interesting. Let's do a poll. Load taking longer than normal. But we are here as Austria. We last session annexed Hungary, or turned it all into subjects of ours that we released. This is the current state of affairs, where we are dark green, our subjects are light green, so we are setting up for us having something going on close to the coast. We had just gotten paved roads. We're about to get some new military units. And we're thinking of declaring on both Bohemia and Poland, but not at the same time. We don't like that double team kind of action. Morning, Chin Chin. Can you tell us about Greece? What about Greece? Like in our run? In our run, they're not doing too hot. They're probably pretty playable. You just have to... Well, Naples goes after them a lot. AI Naples. The thing is, like, right now, levies are a lot stronger than mercs. Mercs are the primary thing that you can leverage as a small power to fight a big power, and so as long as levies are a lot stronger than mercs, it's going to be rough. But if you make a big fleet, you can probably keep Naples off your back, so it's probably defending somehow that way. Which maybe involves building fishing villages, and then your fishing villages won't employ up because you have a bunch of fish RGOs and the price will be ass. And so what you have to do is you have to subsidize them. You have to go fishing village. Are they automatically subsidized now? Did they make that change? The hell? We just don't have any, is probably it. And then you click this building subsidies thing. Yeah. How are we doing? Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Third option, play the way it makes us happiest. What determines levy size? I've been rebels with my campaign and I couldn't get any levies. Have you been playing Yuan? I think Yuan has a special modifier that, like, makes it so you get no levies. But for most nations, why they have no levies, it's control modifier. Levy size. If you have low control, you won't have levies. I think sitting down and thinking, planning getting involved. Planning out to better decision as evolves. Great chats involved their input and people, and great time to answer questions when people definitely have. What, Milan can take territory as a vassal in a landlocked peace? That's a major change. Oh, they're not a vassal of ours. Does it show us them as a vassal? They're blue. That's an ally. And we could either leave Hungary on the map, give ourselves a coalition, or just punt a whole bunch of Hungary's land to Milan in that peace deal, and we just punted a bunch to Milan. Which kind of is funny. Is Serbia doomed to start? Not doomed. This game looks complicated. I hope Greece is playable. I think Greece is playable. I think you just have to... The AI will punt off armies at the coast. The real problem is they can just keep reconscripting. So you maybe won't get the best peace deals, but... Okay. Oh, this is not the right save. Ugh. Oh, brother, what's that? I'm struggling a lot with Novgorod due to the constant severe winters crashing your economy due to lack of food. Am I supposed to build more food or just stabilize and ignore food together? Due to terrible modifiers and brace swings. So if it's really swingy, you should just build more farming villages, which will give you more food. in farming locations where you know you're going to want to keep it rural, which is like often wool. Wool's a really good resource, so you don't want to build over it. And then granaries. So we have farming villages, and you can see we have a few here, and that's because these are wool. And these increase food capacity by 100 each. And so if the problem is swinginess, right, you can moderate that swinginess with food capacity. How can I check food use? Suddenly I'm losing 30 ducats a month to buy food as Trebizond, and I don't understand how. We are going to mention this in an upcoming video, or cover it a lot in a Holland video, but let's see. For the food, the way it works is if you have provinces in deficit, and so this is the provincial food map mode, you are going to have to buy the food to make this up. If they... I think you just always buy the food to make it up. And you buy from the market. And what happens is that the market food will generally trend to be 0.1%. 0.01. Which is inconsequential and super cheap and you don't care. And I believe you get, like, the positive on, like, the other side, but not as much. Because you get money for selling food, or you get stuff for selling food too. But I think other people within your market have to be buying it, or something like this. If this progress bar, the food stockpile, starts to decrease, this number will go up. And this number will go up to like 0.2 or something like this. And so what will happen is, it will just kind of be normal up to like half-ish, and then you'll go into apocalypse mode very, very quickly. And so what you have to do is you have to solve this food balance and not get into kind of a lower rung percentage. And so you probably just got into a food deficit, and the deficit was relatively small, and then you slowly dwindled down, and dwindled down, and dwindled down, and then winter hit, and then the deficit got big, and then you really started to decrease, and then all of a sudden the money goes through the roof in terms of price. And so the solution for this is to have like dedicated food provinces, which we don't have too many of, but that are ideally, I think we have one here, ideally on a river. This one's on a river. And you stack all the things that give you local food production percentage, which is the irrigation and the farming. And then, ideally, these have 8 food RGO, 8 plus, so wheat, cattle, rice, unless you're in the New World, in which case maize and potato stew. And then you can build a windmill, local output plus 10%, and then you can also build stuff like fruit orchards, and also, not in this location, but in a better location, you'd be able to build sheep farms, which output these as well. And the idea is you're stacking percentage modifiers with flat modifiers for food, because whenever you produce a food RGO, you produce the RGO as a resource, as a good, which goes in the market, and you produce the food as well. And so, stacking percent modifiers is good. First campaign is Korea. I feel stupidly rich. What should I spend my money on? Korea, just in general, will feel stupidly rich, but you can buy more military. You can build a bunch of Korea barracks. Reinvesting in eco doesn't seem important because it doesn't seem like the limit. Yeah, you could work towards... I think you can exit the Middle Kingdom IO. And if you do that, you'll stop getting those monthly payments from the boys. Hey, Yankees fan, thank you for the $10. How am I supposed to torture you about playing Ethiopia if you're so focused on the game? We might play Ethiopia. Ethiopia is fun. By the way, I used your code to buy the game yesterday. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Rheingold, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Yeah, have you played Ethiopia yet, Yankees fan? Maybe you haven't played it yet, but, it's a very interesting run. They actually have a hidden tech tree Everyone in sub-Saharan Africa has a tech tree that's really good, and it's like it doesn't show up on the when you look at the content. Like in pregame, it doesn't show up. Like when you look at this game, like when you do this, don't get, your tech tree doesn't show up. It's just like you're like, oh, age 1 tech. It's so good. I'm Holland. France just took all Antwerp, Provence, and Brabant, and I have no antagonism against them. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. You should have some antagonism. Hey, Elio. Long time no see. How should I spend my money early game? I've been building roads and bailiffs to increase control, but it's not helping much. Bailiffs are kind of expensive early game. Roads are generally kind of good, especially to connect your early urban locations. It depends who you're playing. If you have good RGOs are good. RGOs and trade are good. If you don't have good RGOs, the high profit resources are good. And the way we can check that is you kind of can come in and look at 2 different things to try and figure out what's going to be effective. Is you could look at... you could sort by this, and as you can see, we don't really have that many profitable opportunities for building. Our most profitable building is making 1. And also important to note is, you don't just like look at this and you're like, oh wow, this is the most profitable thing, I'm going to spam it everywhere. If you look carefully, there's only 1 location or 2 locations where it's really, really profitable. And that's because these places are close to the capital and they already have economies of scale. And if we expand these out, right, now there's like really not that many profitable opportunities left for us. And so where you build stuff really matters because control and market access. And so you have to be cognizant of that when you're building stuff for production stuff. But yeah, sorting by most profitable to kind of give you an idea, and then coming in with the resources, and then trying to look for stuff that it has the input. Like if you're trying to play really tight, looking for areas where there's the input for the thing. So, for example, jewelry was profitable a while ago, and we were kind of a little bit slow about expanding it because what we were waiting for is to urbanize these areas. And you notice we're producing all jewelry here. Well, that's because there's a silver RGO here. And so when we look at this, and we look at the production efficiency of the primary PM, so the secondary PM cares about gems, but this one, when we look at the output, or sorry, we look at the production efficiency, we see we're getting 10% production efficiency because of silver in Eastern Styria, right? So we have a very significant advantage. And this also means that per jewelry, we don't increase the silver by as much price. And so this is really, really valuable. And so building in carefully in these areas is going to be good, but also going into your RGOs and going to the RGO builder and like sorting, you'll also be able to see what's going to give you a really good rate of return. I'm expecting making switch later today, if not tomorrow, but definitely pretty soon. Okay. Appreciate the answer. Thanks, you're welcome. Hey man, is there a way to deactivate the constant tooltips when the cursor is pointing to anything? Makes it so hard to look at. So you can fiddle with the tooltip settings. In here? I'm not sure what all these do, but if we make the delay like 5 seconds. Wait, real? Map tooltips delay. See? I'm not sure you can turn it off entirely. But you can make this a period of time that's a lot longer. We're actually going to increase that slightly. It was at 0.4 before. We're going to have it at 0.5. I like the tooltips popping up, but maybe a little bit slower. Because I could just do this when explaining stuff to avoid the tooltips. Do you plan on doing a video on planning on how to urbanize? Yes. What do you think of Mesoamerican gameplay? It seems like it could be fun, but running out of research due to stupid institutions seems stupid. The duck, you change the delay. Yeah, okay, there we go. Is trade easier than EU4? I'm bad at EU4 comparison questions because I don't know EU4 that well. Steel Maps seems to be very broken at the moment. Easy way to get... yeah, Steel Maps is silly. Steel Maps turns your diplomats into maps. I'm struggling to decide when and where to build a town. I know you should build valuable RGOs. We are going to have a video coming out for that, but there's like several things you care about, kind of all in concert. You also care about population. So here, we have a bunch of terrible RGOs, but we're not urbanizing over them because you get more population growth in towns, and we just don't actually have that much population. And so this is kind of one of the heuristics for us is we're urbanizing also, you can see here, closer to the capital, and then strategically, we're urbanizing along this river because we care about making a line of buildings for infrastructure with pound-lock canals because there's like a vein that travels through Austria, and we would benefit a lot from a line of proximity reduction, and so that's why we've urbanized just like basically in a straight line. What are the best Age of Renaissance and professional army unit types? I can't really judge which one's best available. Right now, heavy cav just seems kind of best, especially if you're doing heavy cav mixed with levies. You just put the levies kind of in the middle for your... You put the levies in the middle, and then you put the cavalry on the edges, your regulars, also with a mix of some amount of levies. And this just generally seems very, very strong. Cavalry, like at the last second, I thought cavalry was kind of worse than infantry generally, but on balance. And then they made cavalry take half as much damage in like the week before release. And so now cavalry just seems... so, okay, here. Cavalry takes half as much damage. So the fact that cavalry units have half as many men, it's effectively, they have the same amount of hit points as a regular unit, as an infantry unit, but they do 4 times as much damage. They don't have access to the flanking defense bonus, which is something you care about and you would want at the center, but they don't have access to the defense bonus, which in the center is plus 200%, in the flank it's plus 100%, and also to some extent it depends how this math stacks, but it seems to be the case that if you have infantry in the middle, they hold really, really well, and then cavalry on the edges will break through really well because they're doing 4 times as much damage and they're just as tanky as infantry, or half as tanky once the infantry has the defensive bonus. What does RGO mean? Resource Gathering Operation. I haven't played EU5 yet, finishing up CK3 campaign. Okay. Can you shortly explain the rationale between building roads? Doesn't seem like a huge impact on your tall Denmark campaign. So Denmark is probably pushing a lot of its stuff through the seas. But, to take a look here, we are making a chain of proximity, and each one of these has a cost, and the cost of this segment is 7. The roads reduces the base cost from 40 to 25. So without this, it would be like, like 2.3 times 8? The cost would be, let's call it roughly 20. This means that I would have 20 less proximity in Amstetten. The proximity gives you 75% of whatever the proximity score, it gives you that in max control. And so instead of the control being 92 here, which is very respectable, our control would be 85 or something like that, or would be, let's call it 14 less, something like this. So 78, except for it would do that for every single segment because every single segment would lose the road. So the control would be like 60, and the control throttles everything of ours, including how much you get contributed to the tax base. So only 90%, 92% of the potential tax base is actually reaching the tax base. And so this hugely throttles like everything. So roads are really, really good. But you build them in a chain too, so it's a compounding effect because we can have 97 control here because we have such little proximity usage on this first segment. Right, we use very little proximity on this first segment, only 7, and then we use little on this second, and third, and fourth, and etc. And so you could see, like, in the kind of vein where we have the cities with the pound-lock canals and we don't have very much of resistance from the terrain and this type of stuff, if we look at the control map mode, it's obvious that it's like a line of green that's like penetrating through the rough terrain. And part of that is going to be the roads, because I think that we actually haven't built the roads elsewhere, so this is actually probably relatively instructive. We have gravel roads elsewhere, and here we have the higher level roads, and so this actually should be like fairly. It's less subtle with these roads. But if you're in Denmark, the problem is if you're in Denmark, if you're in Denmark, a lot of your stuff's going to go through the water. So here it's going through the water. So now you're caring about maritime presence rather than the road. So the road won't improve this. But the road will improve market access as well. And market access tends to not use water as much. So if we look at markets, same deal. You can look at the cost, and you can see that the cost is decreased by the road. But this segment is not using the road. Because the road wants to go this way, but the market access wants to go directly. It's a curious little thing, so building a road from here to Pitten would actually improve our market access. It would be useful. Your roads optimized for proximity, not for market access. So in theory, you might want to even build more roads than it looks like. So if we take a look here, and we look at market access to Weiss, which is a silver province of ours, so we really care about the market access. They might be tracing proximity through a different direction, and we see that it is. Instead of Pitten to here, so you see how it's going to Pitten to here, to here, to here, and then if we look at market access, it's going from Pitten to here to here. It's taking the more direct route, because market access is not as impeded by terrain as much. So it just prefers traveling through fewer provinces. So we could actually improve market access by not building this road, but by building this road to our silver province. Kind of cute. But okay. Resources are mega OP. It depends on which ones they are. How's the late game experience? We haven't played too much into the late game as much. Generally kind of feel really strong pretty quickly. I have to say, after 14 hours player, I agree with OPB that this is a buggy release. I've yet to play a faction with that where a major mechanic was a bug. Fair enough. Have you met a favor limit? I've tried to carry favors, but it can't improve cultural relations because it can't give what's this? The favors are throttled by your trust, which you get from your diplomatic reputation plus modifiers. And it's not just your favors, it's the combined favors of you and the other person. So it's really hard to raise favors a lot just through the interaction. The way that you push it even further is by having alliances. So you have to ally generally. Alright, thanks. I forgot to use your code when buying the game. That's okay. So what's the best way to make a donation? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You could just do that with Paradox products later. And it'll still be effectively free. If you're buying Paradox products at full price, you can just still use the code. That's fine. I don't want to give you money on Twitch. Do you have a Patreon? I do have a Patreon. Patreon actually takes a pretty sizable cut. The most efficient way to donate is to... Actually, it is to use the content creator code, because they just send me 12%, like, straight up. And it doesn't cost you any money. But, is to use... there's a code... There's a link in the description just for a direct donation, and I get like 97% of that. If I'm only starting lumber in a town, should I downgrade the location so you get more lumber? Sometimes. Not always. There's another source of lumber that's going to be probably where you get most of your lumber. And so, towning over lumber isn't the worst thing, but the lumber mill is eventually going to be your biggest source of lumber. Here, we'll actually add some, because it's, and we're adding there because we want economies of scale. but that's generally going to be your biggest source of lumber. And so it's kind of a mixed bag. But if you really, it's more efficient when you get lumber from the RGO, because the RGO doesn't lose quantity output as it gets farther from the market capital, whereas the buildings will. Am I doing it something wrong, or is the Catholic IO worthless? It's not worthless, but it's not very good either. We actually should... We accidentally took it out of our thing, so let's put it back. So we assigned, this is, you could do control plus the button, or control plus the number to assign it to the control group. And we accidentally unassigned Catholic Church from a control group. But you could vote for these things. The tooltips on these things are just, like, so obnoxious to actually see what they do. But some of these are good. Like, one of them gives 20% antagonism reduction, estate satisfaction equilibrium 5%. That's reasonably strong. And this does it for all the Catholics, and you spend juice to be able to vote. And you can also spend juice to get, I don't think this is very cost-effective, a cardinal seat, which does give you local max literacy. But generally, I think the Catholic IO is kind of weak. There's the Council of Trent, and then you can pass more things, and there are these things as well, but I think you have to wait for the Council of Trent to try and change them. You can see that give bonuses to the people in the religion. Bonuses are kind of not the biggest, but okay. You could canonize people for, like, a little bit of prestige and, like, legitimacy for, like, a short period of time. But for the most part, it's not the best. We were planning on staying Catholic. Well, Catholic also... Catholic gives you a bunch of texts. A large chunk of these texts are from being Catholic. And a bunch of Age 1 texts as well, so you just start with these, so you don't research them, so you might not really notice what they're giving you. But, yeah, the IO is kind of weak. Do I get stuff if I don't build RGO on the village? I'm not sure what that question means. If you... RGOs will always output one of the good. Will building the high-profit buildings, RGOs, ever be wrong play? It's complicated. Technically, it can be, but generally, no. Yeah. How do I mitigate the effects of Black Death as Milano? Well, Milan, you can maybe isolate cities, which is not accessible to most starts. But you're generally going to want to segregate the infected unless you have access to incense, in which case you can do Expel the Sick and build a bunch of pest houses. But for the most part, you're going to have at least a 30 pop stack. Yep. Very hard to field South Holland with France going nuts. Should I create my own market or stick to Bruges? You should. You start out... I don't know why it sometimes gets, like, sticky. You start out... the sticky keys or whatever, where control gets stuck down effectively. You start out with a market access preference relationship with Flanders, and you should just exit out of that and switch to one with Cologne and go into the Cologne market. We're going to show that in our upcoming Holland video, which I think we're putting out in like 24 hours or something. But that's the best way to do it, in my opinion. You can also build like these food specialized provinces, and there's a few locations that are good for it. You care about being on the river, right? And so the locations that are going to be good for it are Teal and along this wheat that's also along a river. So you can build irrigation, the wheat, sheep farms, and this type of thing. And so those locations will be important if you want to try and stick at that same market as Flanders. The reason I'm watching you is you play slowly, but also more optimally. Overthinking stuff is not a bad thing. Yeah, let's see how the poll's going. Looks like you generally guys want me to play slow and agonize over decisions. Okay. How big are you? Wow. That's forward question. Do you need a lot of lumber? Would you be able to price collapse? Oh, you're asking someone else. Okay. Is no CBE ever worth it, or should always parliament CBE? I always parliament CBE. I think no CBE. I think stab is kind of expensive. As a Vic3 player, I'm confused about what exactly I should do with my economy in the game. Any tips for thinking about it better? Any tips for thinking about it better? I think it helps to think of the game as operating in layers, where you're caring about locations, and you're trying to be efficient in locations, which involves often kind of playing around inputs, and making sure you get those production efficiency bonuses. And then, like, the secondary layer is, like, country bonuses, where you should be trying to acquire max tax modifiers so you can tax the people more, and also acquiring enough satisfaction modifiers so that you can tax them without them getting upset, and then also acquiring tax efficiency modifiers on, like, the upper layer. I'm playing in Sicily, completely moved in the Naples market, really don't know how to expand for a while. Talk to someone else. All kinds of spices, but you don't have a, let's see, I'll just skip over the ones where you're not adding me. Do you ever seen the USA formed by the AI? No, I haven't played deep enough, probably. Does the road builder build a string of roads to the selected location, or just road in that specified location? It'll build a string. It'll build a string. I generally, from a UI perspective, kind of prefer this, but you can see that it is doing a dotted line all the way there. This is my preferred way of expanding roads. You can just, like, spam this button, which will build them, like, all around your capital, or this type of thing. For what we did just here with the market access thing, you have to, like, do that, the problem is, if we select here and we build for roads, it's going to build for proximity, and it already is like, hey, we already got this proximity, like, thing going on. But you can't select for building for market access. You can do for travel time, how quickly you move through provinces, costs. This minimizes the road path, and then time, where it will take, the roads will be constructed as quickly as possible, so they won't really go over rough terrain. But you can't build for market access specifically. Market access is just generally kind of opaquely represented to the player, because this map mode's not that legible. But it's really important, and you can increase it by building roads in a particular way, and that particular way involves looking at this map and seeing what the market access looks like. And it's generally building stuff in direct lines, which proximity, you generally don't go in direct lines. Is Lotharingia formable? I think it starts out on the map. I don't know if it is a formable as well. Right to rule, thank you for the follow, big nice. I've seen people say Vic3's economy is tougher to learn, but that seems crazy to me. I'm struggling so hard with the sheer numbers. I think Vic3's economy has more depth, but there's, like, more things going on here. Vic3's economy has fewer kind of things just floating in the air. Everything's more connected. Is it worth it to make Vienna market or stay on the original? Definitely want to make your own market. Good morning, fantastic people. Anyone else waking up late after playing EU5 to 5 a.m.? I woke up a little late. Thank you, Generalist. I didn't think about the maritime as a replacement for roads. You're the best. You're very welcome. Do you think that land or naval values is more valuable as Tunis? Definitely naval. Definitely naval. Well, so I think it's Tunis. So first of all, you're going to get a lot of proximity to, like, all this stuff along the coast anyways. But also, I think you're supposed to expand into Sicily and Sardinia, and naval's really good for pushing control there. And these lands are relatively valuable. Like, there's silver over here, there's wool, and there's, like, silk and sugar RGOs over here. I think naval by, like, a large margin. Do you like being surrounded by multiple locations, get cost reduction, or do big likes surrounded by multiple locations give proximity cost reduction? Big likes? I don't know what you mean by big likes. Big nice. Have you tried playing China yet? Yes. I have played China. I played China a couple times. It was confusing for me realizing that naval patrols seas doesn't enrich maritime presence, doesn't appear visually have them patrol. No, yeah, they're just... This is like, I'm gonna put this actually in... I'm having a question for, like, I'm trying to make it an FAQ. And this is something they are patrolling. They just sit in the province until they push it up all the way, and then they move on. I was used to this actual cycling of light ships protecting the EU4. Yeah, they just sit in one place. How am I supposed to get naval value? The Parliament thing gives you +2. Good luck. Godspeed. Yeah, you're supposed to push it. You're supposed to get as much as you can in terms of positive push towards the value, and then you're supposed to use a cabinet action, and you get it to around 30. And then you're supposed to spike 10 or so of those events. Yeah? And you get it up to 50. And once you get it to 50, you start getting events that will give you +5. I don't know why the Parliament gives +5 towards land and only +2 towards naval. It's way easier to push land than it is to push naval. Yeah, we talk about that a bit in the England video we just published. Of course, that one's a little out of order. Is economies a scale of a modifier, or is it just emergent effect? It's because of a modifier. Let's find a location. And the modifier is different in different ages. I forget exactly how it scales. I believe it gets bigger and bigger. But you see here, 13 times 0.6. And this is our economies of scale modifier. For those of us new, what is the content creator code? Generalist in all caps. Generalist on all caps. You go onto the Paradox web store, and if you purchase anything and use Generalist, all caps, at checkout, I get 12% of the sale. Doesn't give you a discount. Many content creators have said centralized is much better than decentralized. Why is it? In the early game, Crown Power is an incredibly powerful modifier. As you get more of it, it kind of decreases in value, but it's insane early. And proximity cost reduction is one of the strongest modifiers in the game. Just like categorically, because it allows you to have a lot more control everywhere. One of the reasons we have 92 control here instead of like 60, and this control, our potential tax base is being multiplied by the control. So if we had 60, we would have 1/3 the tax base we would otherwise have from this location. And it'd be even worse as we get further out. One of the reasons for this is because we have a lot of proximity cost reduction modifiers that we have sought out specifically. Like we push land value. We have itinerant court. We built a Pound-Long Canal. We built a bridge. We pushed centralization. We have a tech specifically for us. And also, we have gone out of our way to push up development in this province specifically. Because we know we travel through 3 locations in this province along this vein. All of this together is making it so that we have a much cheaper travel through here. And is making it so instead of paying, we're paying more than, or 50% off relative to the flat number. And so centralized helps you do that. So if you just think of it as like your entire country gets a 10% boost or something like this, just categorically, it starts to look very, very attractive. Because control doesn't only affect tax base. It also affects how many sailors and manpower you get, your pop promotion and conversion speed, assimilation speed, levy size, and so, yeah. Merc size too, I think, in reverse? Or is it just added? I think it decreases merc size. To high control? Yeah, low control areas will have more mercs, yeah. New player to EU in general, I just started a game yesterday, I got absolutely decimated by Black Death. Is that anything you can do to not lose 50% of your pops? Yeah, you can, segregate the sick will help out a little bit, but yeah, you're supposed to lose like half your pops. WAD. Just found out that you can't make money from selling food because food has 1,000% margins. Not sure what you mean by that, but yeah, if you have enough food such that you're selling it, the issue is, the price is like dookie. Like if food's cheap in the market. Yeah, and then food RGOs tend to just get super collapsed in price just everywhere, and so trading them around is just not very useful. Map is huge? It is. River map is the best map? True. Can you make a video for the best capital location for every region? I kind of discuss it when I make a video on a country. I don't know if I would... Like, how big is the region are we talking? like, best capital like this for each region. Yeah, I mean, that is the region map mode. This is maybe something we could do. Iberia might surprise you. Yeah, maybe that's a video idea. Best capital and region. I'll write that down. Is it worth it to using Parliament CB on a miner? It's a resource. If you don't have a better outlet for that resource, then yeah. Early game prioritized roads are profitable buildings in the capital. It depends. So generally speaking, if you have like a lot of starts, yeah, a lot of starts will have like here's the roadmap mode, by the way. You can see we made kind of a little bit of a T here, but a lot of starts will have urban areas that are not connected by road to the capital, and if you have an urban location that's not connected by road, let's just take a look here. You see this location, it has like 15 buildings. Connecting 15 buildings so that they get more control can often be more valuable than building like 5 buildings, right? And so it's often good to build to good RGOs or to build to urban areas. You can see, if we look at the tax base, you can use the tax base modifier to see like what's probably good to build towards. If you don't have roads leading towards those things. Technically, when you build roads to things, it increases their tax base, so this muddies the waters a little bit. But you can see here, like Wise has a really good tax base, and so does here. And if we look at the RGO map mode, that's because they have silver there. And so building roads to these types of locations is really valuable. But also building at the capital is really good as well. And so you should probably do both. But you very often will get throttled building stuff in the capital in 2 ways. One, you will not be able to increase the number of buildings you have of the building types that are really useful past a certain point. We are capped out here. The truth hurts. You could also get capped out effectively a soft cap by the building levels here, but that won't happen in the early game. You can also get capped out by your promotion speed, because if you don't have enough burghers to employ your buildings, then building more buildings doesn't do anything, right? Or doesn't do much, and so you might not have enough monthly promotions. And so if that is happening, then building roads to other places starts to get really valuable. How important are prosperity development? It's really important to get prosperity up to 100. But usually once you get the types of modifiers that you need to get it up to 100, you never think about it again. But what it's giving you is development growth and population growth. So the long-term value of your nation is significantly influenced by prosperity. But we don't need to worry about it at all because we have decentralized bureaucracy. Eventually we maybe want to get off of decentralized bureaucracy. Because it hurts our ability to be centralized. I think there's a law or something that we want to change and we can't because we don't have enough centralization trend. And decentralized bureaucracy is like one of the bigger things for it. I think we'll end up swapping off of this to be able to swap the law. I forget what law it is that we wanted to swap off of. Yeah, I can't remember. Decentralized bureaucracy is kind of a big investment, but a lot of countries want to do it. I'm busy with uni and shouldn't be buying the game. What's your best anti-pitch? Best anti-pitch? I don't know. Don't do it, bro. I don't know. Wait until winter break. Jesus. Just finish your semester at least. I got a PU on the Golden Horde is Poland. They have no valid heirs. The ruler died, but we have no royal marriage or anything. What goes to the unions at EU5? That's a lot to unpack. That'll take a while, but basically if you have the same linear heir, you'll get a personal union, and then often you have different succession laws, and if your succession laws are different, generally the union just breaks. And if you pass the We have a union, I think, somewhere. It's just not bound. Let's bind this. If you pass one of the early union policies, unified succession, this will change their law. And also allow you to use the influence action to change the law. Negotiate succession law. And once you have the same succession law, they get kind of locked in and are pretty consistent, unless you have different religions, in which case they get kind of broken up again. How do I speed up institution growth? The big driver of institution growth is going to be importing stuff. So we're importing stuff from the market that has a new world, and that's why we're getting this flat amount, 0.08, and then we have a bunch of percentage modifiers. So stacking things that give you percent modifiers, but the important thing is import. When do you think capital economy becomes better for Korea? Probably not for a while, because your resources are so good. So just building the resources and doing trade and exporting them is going to be better for a while. Any tips for playing Jever? It's your hometown? I have no idea where that is, so I don't have any specific tips. You're welcome, mate. Love your Vic3 content. Looking forward to EU5 content. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. What were we looking at? We were looking at the institution map mode. Also, having friendly relations with people next to you who have the institution helps, but the adjacency spread is generally going to be less than the trade spread. Also, getting stuff, once it's in your capital, it spreads to everywhere else within that market really quickly. Big gripe with Catholic IOs, there's no easy way to see what papal bull's effects are when voting, unless I'm wrong. You are wrong, and you are right. Yeah, the truth hurts. You've never been so right, you've been wrong. So this, we want to see what this gives you. So we hover here, we hover here, we hover here, and we can see what it gives. So it's not easy, but you can't see what it gives. Does production efficiency increase throughput or output? Output. I'm in a similar situation, so I'll probably buy the game sometime next year. Yeah, talking about UD. Oh my god, we gotta get through these questions. Is it worth it to build up a single provinces, i.e. going to 8 lumber buildings, or spread it across the country where it's high controlish? Both. So we have lumber mills in several locations here. As we build more in the singular location, we will get economies of scale bonus. Yeah, we like those, because it gives us more production efficiency. However, your promotion speed is effectively a resource, and we might not be able to find a place that has a deficiency of laborers, but when you don't have enough laborers, yeah, we don't have enough laborers in here, then we can't employ up the sand thing. So building another sand thing here won't do anything, right? Because we're throttled by this. So spreading them out is good for playing around promotions, and building them in one place is good for economies of scale. What we are doing is we are generally looking for provinces that have, like, clay or stone, and we are preferring to build masons in those provinces. That way we have those tall for economies of scale, and then places that don't have access to that, we are looking to build up the lumber mills. So, like, this province doesn't have the clay or stone, and so we're building lumber mills or sand or something like this instead. I just learned by accident how to use control groups. This makes the UI so much easier to use. Yeah, specifically for navigating these international organizations, control groups are really good. And it's not just a button that's at the bottom of your thing that just stays forever. Is your control group for the Italian war situation? Yeah, I think so. You can put IOs and situations on it. So 4 is the Italian wars. Would you do a series on how to develop each RGO with all the different buildings to maximize efficiency? Probably, I don't think so. No landmarks, even the pyramids? Come on, Paradox, the map is pathetic. I mean, it's got 30,000 locations, bro. Playing Pisa started to starve Italy. Italy... Italy has a lot of urbanization. Urbanization decreases food output, and especially if the AI urbanizes over the cows and the grain in the north, it could get a little bit rough. And if you make your own capital in the middle of here, which is attractive as like someone like Florence or Pisa, you will experience the food mega apocalypse. Yeah. Should I be changing employment laws right away? No. I think you should just play around qualifications early on, and then switch to infrastructure most profitable later. Because usually after Black Plague, you don't want to go into negative stability. And so the 10 stab hit super early on is not worth, I don't think. Feels like a dumb question. It might be a dumb question. But why do you need control on good resources? A dumb question indeed. So the control... this silver is adding to the tax base, yeah? The profit per level is going to the tax base. The tax base is multiplied by control. So this is only providing 60% of the value that this silver would provide otherwise. It's not a dumb question, though. You'll produce the same amount of resources, regardless. But the way it's giving... Here, we can take a look at our tax base. This is our tax base. How much stuff's contributed to tax base? This actually is a decent chunk of our tax base. We have a tax base of 41 from here. We have a potential of 67. We're losing a bunch of it. As Portugal yesterday, I was trying cabinet action to push towards centralization. I couldn't get further than 15 decentralization. Game wasn't telling me why. You can get further than 15 decentralization. So, if you don't... You need to establish a positive trend towards centralization, and you probably have too many things pushing you away from it. So if we use the cabinet action to try and push towards aristocracy, currently we have a 0.49 trend towards... if we use cabinet action to push towards plutocracy, currently we have a 0.49 trend towards aristocracy. The cabinet action would turn this 0.49 trend into like 0.25 or something, and we would just stay where we're at. Because you need to establish a positive trend in the other direction in order to actually get the thing moving. You don't backslide. If you have 0.49 aristocracy, you won't backslide to 49 aristocracy. You'll just stay on that side. You need to have a plutocratic trend to start backsliding away from it. And so you need to establish a positive value towards centralization in order to push it. And then once you have a positive value, you'll only push towards 100 times that value. And so here, if we were decentralized, we would only ever push towards 4 centralization. And the rest you have to do through events and stuff. And so usually what you're trying to do is get a really big fat trend, like 0.5 towards centralization, ride that out until your centralization's 50, and then you can start using stuff that gives you decentralization, which you otherwise wouldn't want to slot in early. Mountain nations suck because of high proximity costs? Yes, don't play Tibet. Brother, have you slept? Not really. You forgot about me again? Yeah. We're certainly not playing Jabal Shamar. What's the gasoline container? Where? It's for when we finish the energy drink. Just wait till winter break is solid advice. I mean, you're gonna want to, like, only focus on the game, and you're just gonna, like, create a bad situation for yourself, yeah? Do you think you probably just shouldn't even watch streams. Do you think you should break free from Ioanna's Korea? I think you should stay in the Middle Kingdom, because they send you free ducats. And then you can take big chunks out of Yuan. I want to claim throne CB on Croatia, who was in the same union with Hungary at the same time. Do I not get how that works? I think it just puts you on the Croatian throne rather than pulling Hungary too, if that's what you're asking. I don't really know exactly. I kind of don't like those CBs because it takes forever. They give you a decent chunk of antagonism and it takes forever to integrate and become useful. Can I choose any nation or tribe of the world start? Or will I have to buy DLC each time to start with other nations beside the default ones? You can choose most anyone. There are Society of Pops that are not selectable at this time, but they're not selectable for anyone. It's possible that they DLC lock it. But currently you can't play as those guys. I swear some content creators on the early access content were convinced that it was bugged. It might still be. Oh, I don't know what that's in response to. Do you have some multiplayer plans in the pipeline? My plan is to see how stable multiplayer is by letting other people play it first, and then maybe do stuff. Is there some specific that needs to be done to make Delhi fall apart? Usually they fall apart pretty well on their own. You can't beat Delhi's 50k levy stacks? No, yeah, you definitely can't. As Kashmir... Kashmir is like up here, right? Delhi falls apart pretty frequently on their own. You can see they're no longer here in our run. Oh man, Yuan was doing so well. I guess not anymore. They're actually still kind of doing okay. Because this is just a rev. And if they beat that, they actually have a bunch of loyal... Yuan actually might be successful here. Probably not, but... Yeah, Delhi usually falls apart. I'm sorry that your run they're not. Just decided to quit my learning run on Hungary and start a new country. What country should I pick? England. I'm playing as Korea and Yuan keeps getting noble rebels, but are holding on to everything. It's 1480. Is Yuan here to stay? No. Probably not. Have they spat out all their subjects to the Red Turban Rebellion yet? You can accelerate their fall by just taking big chunks out of them. Is it okay for you if I send a message a second time if you have an interesting question I think you skipped over it? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I do with the cabinet action. Push towards centralization was doing, but pushing was high enough to establish positive centralization trend, and it doesn't move further than 15 decentralization. Is your decentralization... You're saying you have a positive centralization trend and it's getting stuck at 16 decentralization? I'm confused. Maybe I would have to see a screenshot. I don't think that's WAD. Cabinet action pushes value over a threshold. Will it start pushing? Yeah, it'll start pushing again. So I think we might even be using a cabinet action right now for it. No, we're not. But we could... Currently, we have 10 towards inward. And we have 10 towards inward because we have a 0.1 trend. And you could get up to 100 times your trend. If we use the cabinet action, we would get a trend of like 0.33, and then we would push towards 33. But if you take your cabinet action off, you're going to lose the trend and it's going to backslide. I've been looking at the river map mode for 20 minutes now. Where is it? You have to assign it to a hotkey. It is not accessible unless you assign it to a hotkey. It's not down here. It's more of a development tool. I think they thought people wouldn't use it. I use it all the time. I think I'm like the only content creator that's spamming this map mode, like all the time. Because I think rivers are really important. Because they are. Like, rivers are so important for market access. Like, look at this. Look at this. Like... Yeah. Oh, it's not going to show us along the river. We have to hide... Oh, this is a thing as well. You guys didn't know this is a thing. Can we turn off imports and exports? We're trying to turn off the imports and exports on the map. Please. Not like this. Okay, well, see, we don't want to see our trade, we want to see why it is what it is. Alexandria market's probably fine for this. One of the only things that affects market access, which is super important, is rivers. And if you are in an isthmus... That is, if the market is downstream from the location you're in, with the river going down, you get a 50% discount on the amount of market loss that there is. That's huge, brother. And so, where you want to put markets is so contingent on rivers, like so. When we often move the market from Barcelona to somewhere along this river, and like, Bro, you gotta be able to see the rivers. Playing as Hungary, would you suggest serfdom or free subjects? How do you rate pop promotions? I would try and hold on to serfdom and then probably admit that it's bad. The thing is... No, I mean, I would try and hold on to serfdom, because the thing, you're going to get a lot of money from your commoner's tax for a long time as Hungary, because you have such good RGOs. And we probably should have tried to hold on to it a little bit harder as Austria. It's just, it's hard to get a lot of commoner's satisfaction without going towards free subjects. He remembers me? Nope. Not true. Fake news. No one was willing to royal marry? Maybe that is bugged, I don't know. Oh my god, we're gonna clear this queue sometimes. Why is Austria a duchy? Apparently they get an event to move towards Archduchy, but we faded that event, so... How big is the problem with the lack of consumption later in the game? Our economy's kind of stalling out with it right now. But that's because we haven't gotten our next layer of buildings yet. But, like, for the most part, most buildings we can build are going to be producing under half a ducat. And not only that, like, if we build a bunch of tools out here, that will make all of our tools closer to the capital less profitable. Because it'll drop the price of tools, right? So we could actually have a positive value on this and have it actually net lose us tax base. And so that's kind of why we're not actually building a whole ton. The only thing about the cabinet action, additional trend power, was deciding me to factor to have me trending towards centralization. In other words, if I didn't have the cabinet action, I would still be pushing towards decentralization. Yeah, you definitely want to... Unless you want to keep the cabinet action on forever, you definitely want to establish some type of baseline trend towards the value you're trying to push. Because otherwise you just need, it like locks up your cabinet action forever, or you have to backslide. One of the two. Tier list for RGOs in the early game, other than gold and silver. We have an RGO tier list on the YouTube channel. You could probably search it up. It was from pre-release, but it's pretty much the same, except for you care more about food now. And maybe I underrated some things then. How many subjects, and how big would you recommend? So smaller subjects will apply a lot more pressure to your diplomats as a resource, because keeping them happy before annexing them will take more diplomats. If you have a lot of improved relations, this is not as significant. We have a ton of improved relations as a modifier, so we don't care about having a lot of subjects. We've plus 109%. And so, if you have more subjects, they will tend to use... Or if you have smaller subjects, they will tend to use developed province more frequently, and on a higher percentage of their provinces. So this is pretty good. They will also culture convert. Like this guy, we forced him to be Danube Bavarian, because we're Danube Bavarian. And so he got started on culture converting them. So this is also a thing that you can use subjects for, and you effectively, when you have smaller subjects, you're getting more cabinet actions, and when you have bigger subjects, you're getting more flexibility and often more money, but also the smaller subjects will tend to have higher control, so a lot of small subjects, I think is just better. Because if you make really big-ass subjects, they won't be very good at pushing control, and they'll have low control areas. It also generally requires a lot more clicks, though, to, like, deal with smaller subjects. I don't know. Rivers is like one of my 5 most used map modes. That's what I'm saying. I gave feedback for the map mode to like improve it. Can you please show your export shortcuts as a profile so that others can import them directly? Yes, it is pinned in my Discord. I'm a language map modes guy. That's how I learned to speak Occitan in Athens at GameStart. That is cool. Don't show the map marker settings without explaining it. You tease. Wait, what? Is that Milan in your Balkans game? How did that happen? Well, we wanted to annex Hungary to get them off the map because they would have had a really high antagonism, but we didn't want the antagonism ourselves, so we fed the rest of Hungary to our ally. That way we wouldn't generate the antagonism and Hungary would get off the map, and we'll pick that up later. We'll pick it up in post. Yeah. I'm expecting Hungarian rebels to eventually kick Milan out of here and it just to become independent. And we'll just attack those guys. It's kind of what I'm thinking might happen, but small sample size. I think that I'm Kobe. But are you a different animal and the same beast? Thank you for the follow. So... Is the intent to be decking mostly no CVs and with Parliament-issued Conquest CVs mixed in? No, I think you should just mostly use Parliament ones. And then we have been... The way we're acquiring a lot of our CVs is with subjects that have claims. Like, we're going to declare on Bohemia once we get clear of this queue of comments and questions. And we have this... because there's claims of province on Moravia. This is Moravia. This is their claims. We released Moravia as a subject. That's why we could do that. That's kind of the best way to get claims right now. If someone's not your religious group, though, like they're not heretical or heathen, you can also do religious wars. So, religious war is something we could do on Tunis. If we developed 20 spy network. I sometimes restart after a month, have like 6 seconds per month. At some point that changes to 15 seconds per month. Do you know how this comes in? I would like to avoid slowness. There's probably a memory leak. You probably just restart the game. Been making 4 to 6 location subjects, been working quite well. Often you do want a consideration for making subjects that is kind of... it is nice to make subjects using province groupings, so giving them an entirety of a province. They seem to, if they have a whole province, like using def province a little bit more. And also, for areas, when you plan on annexing them, it is nice to have complete areas for the cabinet actions that affect an entire area. And then also, it is nice to keep a subject all one culture for the most part, because that will make it easier for that subject to core up places. Although recent AI is a lot better at making cores, it'll be a lot more smooth. And so to the extent that we have been vassal feeding and feeding stuff to our subjects in here, in like this region, we've been doing it based on culture and trying to keep like all the high Almaic territories go to one guy, all the East Franconian and Rhine Franconian go to another guy, this type of thing. Least favorite country you've played? Countries? I'm not sure. I did not have fun with my Japan game, but that was actually bugged. I was really frustrated with my Japan game. Been playing Empire of the Romans. I just got 1342. Damn, taking over the something. 2 wars getting Ottomans joined. War is great. Having some success in the biz. I thought Austria was a county, not a duchy. Country. A duchy is a type of country. We are a duchy, though. We should be an archduchy. I think you should get archduchy if you become emperor. I don't know. It feels like I've heard a while since you've said thumb of pie, since it fits perfectly for every example. You take a market capital or some trade advantage or something. I mean, it was really with Great Britain joining 100% of the plays against you was like really like the prototypical example of pie thumbing. And like Great Britain doesn't do that anymore. That was like awful though. Yeah, prosperity is looking pretty good. Is your Venice video or your multi-market Castile video general economy, or are they more specifically for the specific start and situation? They're more for the specific start and situation, but I kind of talked through a lot of my decision making. I can't use a religious war CB against Novgorod as Sweden. Yeah, you're in the same religious group. you're only heretics. But you probably could on Lithuania, because Lithuania starts pagan. Oh, they flip Catholic. They do start pagan, though. But, same religious group. How do I release a subject? Do you need to make someone a vassal and then feed? So you come here, relations, current relations, create subject. And then do UI. Can you explain what to do as Japan to get rid of the daimyos? That's the fun part, you don't. There's like some interactions you can use as the shogun, but the historic thing is, the historic case is that the shogun gets overthrown, and it is moving you in that direction, and I think eventually you get the Sengoku Jidai, and you can rein them in the Sengoku Jidai, but that's a lot of explaining, and that's like not like the historic push, and so like they kind of don't, it's not formatted so that like for a shogun to really win. Rai Pai Pai, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Is it weird that I can make colonial nations in Anatolia, though? Nope. Nope, not weird at all. Do we have... I thought we had continents bound. There's continents. Anyone who's not on your continent, you can make a colonial nation with. And to be fair, or to be honest, it's kind of OP releasing colonial nations in, in places that have a lot of pops already, which includes... like Africa. I think actually, can you do colonial nations in Asia? I think you can, so. They get a lot of pop growth and dev growth when you release a colonial nation, so when you release it in a place that has a lot of pop and dev, that's kind of a big deal. If you release it in a place that doesn't have either of those two things, it's not as good a deal. Kind of crazy that the Baltics were only Catholic for a couple hundred years, practically went straight pagans to heretics. Interesting. But I think we want to use this CB and deck on Bohemia here. We're not going to really take a huge chunk out of Bohemia because it gives us a lot of antagonism, but we are going to do that, and then we're not going to raise levies out from some of our kind of more far-flung things. I mean, we really don't need that big an army. Well, we'll just do this. We will just do it like this. Because we're gonna declare on Poland kind of soonish. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look to just take the war goal, which is Olomo. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna look to kind of take the war goal and win a bunch of battles. Or not a bunch. We kind of don't want to fight too many battles, because battles are... battles are expensive. We really got not everyone headed there. What we did there, by the way, is right-clicking this selects everything. Naval hedge. We want to become military hedge soon. Member leaving Union. Yep, they're in a different religious group. We don't really care about that, though. That's this little island we released. We just didn't want to pay, like, the maintenance effectively on doing that. I think we're having issues because winter? It does take forever for these levies to come in. We probably shouldn't have levied from, like, these far-off areas just because it takes us more time to get everyone all together. Alright, everyone, we got the team back together. We're gonna auto-balance, and then we're gonna manual balance some cavalry to the edges and some infantry to the center. which is a little bit better, but... And then, I guess a little bit to both these edges, and then now move some of the cavalry from the center to the sides. Because this will be a little bit better. But this is kind of marginal at this point, and probably gratuitous for this war. Where is their army? Can we get on that right away? So you're saying there's a path through. This is really cute. We can't get past this fort, but we can go into friendly territory. And then once we're from friendly territory, we can just walk past the fort. Very cute indeed. I think we're gonna actually just siege their capital here, though, first. Because capital's a little bit more close to where we're expecting to have fights. And we're gonna try and see what happens here. We see bohos over there. Do we want to just try and clip that as fast as possible? Ah! No, I don't think so. We made a noise because we wanted to check how many... There's a good way... You can check how many of these guys are going to be... We could check this way. We're looking for how many of these guys are regulars versus mercs. The gold is regular. The levies are the brown. Mercs are silver. So it's mostly... There's a lot of regulars there. And so we're just trying to keep an eye on that. Bless you. Thank you, thank you. You mentioned not to play Papal States. Why is that? I assume... it's not tough for beginners, it's that, it's bad for learning the game. The Papal States just gets a huge gob of money, which kind of invalidates a lot of the considerations, and you just max out your sliders, and it doesn't teach you about budgeting or tax efficiency, and secondarily, you can't develop control from Avignon, so that entire system of control you don't, like, need to learn either. So, like, it's just bad for learning the game, because you just don't engage with several of the game's things. Can you assimilate how to better assimilate vassals so they annex faster and become coarse? Yeah, being a lot bigger than them is a big one. Being their primary culture is a big one. And having more cultural influence is a big one. If you're the primary culture or same culture, it's like plus 100%. Them being much smaller gives you a lot and is the biggest source. And then if you have a culture that is... got a lot of influence relative to their tradition, it's plus 50%. So currently we're getting a modifier from them being smaller and also cultural tradition from them. But these guys, now we're getting a modifier from being smaller on them. We weren't before. We're integrating 3 people at once. And so... And generally, doing multiple people at the same time and having smaller modifiers is nice. So having big-ass subjects is kind of a little bit worse for integration. Okay, this is where most of their army is. I think we're going to take this capital then, and then switch down to trying to catch their army. We will improve our opinion of them, thank you. We have to be a little bit cognizant that these guys can separate peace because they're disloyal. So we don't ever want to let them get occupied. And there's a chance that they separate peace out with Bohemia in a really annoying way. I'm not sure how we'll handle that if that happens. I think if they just give big fat exclave to Bohemia, we might reload. But... or if they're unoccupied and give a big fat exclave to Bohemia, we might reload. If they're occupied, that kind of seems fair. Alright, we have a little bit more of this, so... It's been a while since we've improved relations with the HRE guys. Still have pretty good relations with them. Not as much with mates. So let's do this. Just looking to keep that actively kind of useful. We're gonna have to do some more stuff though, so let's actually see what our peace deal with Bohemia might look like. We're just gonna put a bunch of stuff in here. Not that we like actively want this stuff. We're just trying to see what happens when we generate a lot of antagonism. Who are the kind of really upset people? And we take a little bit of this back. A little bit more. Okay, so... we're gonna have truces with all those guys, actually. Honestly, we could transfer subject a bunch of these guys. Is that the way we want to play this? Maybe that's how we play this, because if we transfer subject on them, they can't be... they can't join a coalition. So then Jawor and Magdeburg are going to be the two that we want to kind of care about. I think all these other guys are subjects. And maybe that's actually primarily how we engage, is either annexing these guys or making them subjects. Do we have... Does our CB allow? The claims on province. I think cut down to size allows transfer, this doesn't. Or we can't transfer from Bohemia because we're a duchy and they're a kingdom. I think it might be the latter. There's something like that. So I think that we are gonna mainly annex these dudes, because that will just take them off the map, and then we don't have to worry about them. Yeah. I like that. I like that. I like that. I think that's the way forward here. Because we keep improving relations with these cats. And if they're off map, that's not important. So we're gonna refill garrison. Excuse me? How do you have a full garrison, dog? The AI refilled garrison? Fair enough, I mean, I guess. Alright. We're gonna go down here and try and... Well, maybe we shouldn't try and rumble. Where are the stacks? We were thinking of trying to clip the 8k stack. The 8k stack seems in rotation. You know what? We're gonna go for the war goal here, actually. Because that puts us close to these guys, who we want to take to eliminate them from the map. It doesn't look like that's gonna be too difficult, though. There's not too many forts for them. So, can you explain... Playing as Bosnia and trying to resist Hungary from annexing you, is there a peaceful way to do this? Keeping loyalty by constantly insulting? Yeah, that's probably a way. I honestly haven't played as a subject, I don't think, once, so I don't have a lot of, like, nuanced kind of responses for that. Oh yeah, do regular regiments only double in size for the true strike numbers and new ages when you research the advance for the new regiments of that age? Yes. Does anyone know if there's a way to mark interest in province so the AI transfers occupation so you can peace out? Nope. You just kinda get unlucky. I need your expert opinion. As Sweden, would you culture convert the Danish vassals and provinces? I would accept culture. I would accept them. Because they're in the same culture group as you, generally it's gonna be... So, the thing is if you have a bunch of... Let's take a look at one of these. We have a common language, and a common court language, and, the positive cultural opinion helps a lot, but when you have all these, like, shared culture group stuff, and you share the same language and these types of things, it's really, really cheap to accept. And chances are, it's cheaper for you to accept the Dane or the Scandinavian guys than it is someone else, and so you should accept those and convert to someone else. And if people are difficult to accept in terms of these resources, you should just convert them. So here, Slovene we're not going to accept, because it's going to end up costing a lot more, because we don't have as many modifiers. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to culture convert the Slovene, and just keep them tolerated the whole game, and just convert them out, basically. Convert until they are so little Slovene that this becomes less and less expensive for us to have these guys in, but we're not going to accept Slovene. So eventually we'll trend them to the floor of 0.05 investment here. Should you mint if you have no gold or silver? I think so. Any rule of thumb for how many marketplaces you should be building? So generally you should look at it not as like a number thing, but as a how much profit per trade capacity am I getting thing? And if your profit per trade capacity is low on the back end, then that means marginal trade centers really aren't going to do much for you. UI says I'm slightly stronger than opponent, but they kick my ass in 1v1. What gives how to fix it? Yeah, the predictor's not very good. Understanding who's going to be better, which I know is not like a fun answer, is like understanding if someone has a bunch of modifiers that they're going to be stronger, and knowing who has the modifiers is kind of the thing. That's not the fun answer, but if you fight the Ottomans, whatever the predictor says, they're going to have a bunch of modifiers that the predictor doesn't think about, and so it's going to be harder than it looks. For example, also, like, the predictor is going to be poorly weighting regulars versus levies. So if they have way more levies than you, and you're in the first 1 to 3 ages, and most of your combat strength is coming from regulars, it's going to say you're stronger than you appear. Objects in the mirror may be closer than they appear. Thought process when it comes to which culture to accept versus tolerate. If you have modifiers, percentage modifiers that are going to reduce it towards the floor, then you just want to accept them, and if you don't, then you don't want to accept them. Does toleration level affect assimilation? I think that it does. I think you assimilate pops better if they're tolerated. I am not sure where that information is coming from in my mind, though. I mean, we could check the Europedia here. I feel like tolerated does assimilate faster, but I'm not sure why I think that. I think that's a Tinto Talk thing, and I don't even know if that made it into game. Are you planning on adding more options for channel points? Yes. I'm planning... I need to, like, overhaul, like, channel stuff, but, like, doing, like, grippy clappers or whatever... This one's not too bad. I think it's... Yeah, this is a 200-pound gripper. But, like, get a grip, and then, like, gripper up. Because, honestly, I want to use gripper more anyways. Like, when is it worth it to start building regulars? It's worth it early from, like, a utility perspective. Like, really early. For cannons. And then I kind of think that the cavalry is okay-ish. But they're not stronger than levies until the 4th age. They just get progressively closer and closer. Can you hide the red arrows from the population map mode? Can you hide the red arrows? I'm not sure you can. If you're just looking at the regular map mode and you don't click on... so if you, like, deselect and you're just looking at the overall map mode, there won't be red arrows, but if you click on a market, it's going to show all the arrows. Is there a way to influence union member votes other than bribing? I think you could just be bigger and push everything through yourself. Is, like, kind of the easiest way. If not, how do I get mass 15 prestige? Humility is a really good source of prestige. Your camera's just got out of focus. Damn it. From showing the grippers. How long does a full campaign take? It depends who's playing it. For me, it takes forever. I think I'm one of the slower content creators in terms of pace of play. Or, like, I see how many hours people have and how many campaigns they're running, and it's like, it takes me a lot longer to run a campaign. We see the 8K stack. Tempting to go wax that, but we're at 28% progress here. Kind of just want to finish this siege out, considering it's the war goal. We are concerned. Push towards humanist is nice. When's our next parliament? We know that we want to swap to more humanisty laws so that we can culture convert faster, but I keep on forgetting to do it in the parliaments. Kind of sad. Yep, almost here. Sucks to be seeing our guys get waxed, but this is the war goal here. And after this, it's kind of smoothish sailing, so... Nice. We can't go there, because it's on the other side of the fort, man. Who wins this? What do you think, Chad? So the regulars punch above their weight in terms of numerically, so if there's a ton of gold guys in this, they probably win. Yeah, this might actually go Boho's way. Trying to get a better feel for, like, who wins what things, but I think this is good for Boho. Overall. Talk to the hand chat, basically. Send my money or any better way? Wait, what? What's the best way to get antagonism down when you want to sign a peace treaty? Improving relations. But to the extent that sending money improves relations. Boho retreats. Not sure they needed to. You'll autosave every few months and never pause at speed 5. You can do 500 years in 10 hours, meaning anything is dependent on the player. Yeah. When are we getting a campaign from you that's close to the end date, if correct, that you've never done that even on your own? I've gotten to the early 1700s. But, like, the thing is, like, I don't know... Look, we're in the 1400s, yeah? This is kind of what we have control of, which is starting to become a very large percentage of Europe. If we are just sitting on all of Europe, like, is it fun to keep watching the campaign? Like, at what point does the campaign not be, like, fun to watch? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it with my words, I'm saying it with my vibes. If we... A big part of why we don't play deep campaigns is because the AI is generally, like, kind of beaten way earlier than the end date, and so playing towards the end date for what purpose is kind of, I don't know, like a little bit of a shoulder shrug. For our run that we're playing for England, we played towards early 1500s, and at that point we have personal unions over France and all of Iberia. We own a big chunk of Iberia. We have an income of 5k a month, although it's not really 5k a month, but we'll call it 5k a month. We could wax the entirety of Europe just with mercenaries alone, even without our levies or our troops, with like that type of income, and we're sitting on like I think like 250,000 ducats, and it's like, okay, we started as England, so we started as one of the strongest starts, so the fact that you're, like, strong in just 150 years of that level of strength is, like, you're gonna hit that top end much faster on England than someone else, but Yeah. Just entered Age of Discovery and France was declared every hegemon. It do be like that. It do be like that. There's no missions. What's the point of playing that? There are going to be so many mods for missions. That is going to be the #1 most modded thing, because that's something that the community like just generally disagrees with, like the design philosophy on at a fairly high rate. I don't really like missions that much, but they are fully moddable in. Yeah, there's a shared issue across multiple Paradox titles. Once you reach a certain skill level, you beat the AI relatively early. Finishing the campaign at days is more like a chore. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, do people want to see us turn this Austria thing into, like, a world conquest? I don't even know if that's possible, but, like... This is what gets involved in our wars. Like, because this is the war map mode, right? We didn't call an ally in. That's just, like, this is what we get. Yeah. And, okay, I'm kind of scared of France right now, but I'm actually just scared of France until we get this tech. And then it's like, I'm like 100% sure. Well, actually, no. I'm very confident I can beat France, I just still don't want to fight them is the thing. Because we just, like, lose a lot of pops. Like, it's, fighting them is not the fastest way to accelerate our power level, I think. If that makes sense. Like, just because we can fight France and beat France doesn't mean we should fight France in terms of some sort of abstract maximum power level. And so I feel like, once we hit a really, really strong level, that generally we're going to conclude campaigns there. Do you think the game is too long? No. I like the game being long, it's just, like, I would rather the AI be stronger. The AI is so much stronger than it was, like, 2 months ago, but it's still, it's generally the case in strategy games. So the AI is pretty good at moving the armies around tactically. Long-term strategic thinking, AI is just very bad at, just in a general sense. And so, as you make things more long-term and more complex and add more systems, the AI is going to get progressively worse at it. And so, it's not that... You know, I wasn't expecting anything crazy from, like, the AI, to begin with. Can we not take some of this? So, Opole is getting annexed. He's 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 getting... He's not getting annexed. Alright. But for the most part, these guys are all getting annexed, right? Jawar, we're improving relations with. Rawa is a subject. Where's this guy at? I mean, this coalition guy never beats us, but we can still improve relations with him. We're still benefiting from having allies, so... Having a massive coalition is something kind of we want to avoid if we want to have allies, but we're reaching a point where the allies are kind of RP. Given the campaign doesn't go that long, how do you feel about the start date? I mean, I kind of like... It feels like there's much more of a ramp-up period than there is in EU4, so I don't necessarily hate it. Like, EU4, you can finish the campaign by 1500 as well, right? That's not a critical difference between the two games. Actually, who's this? Let's just... We know... I'm looking for that guy in the list. Let's just click on him and improve relations with him. It's like overcomplicating this. Yeah, I think that's just going to be our peace deal. We're just going to annex all those guys. Because we can't transfer the occupation... Or we can't transfer the subject. I think because Bohemia's kingdom rank and we're a duchy, so we can't transfer their subjects. I believe that's the issue. Hell yeah, brother. What's the hotkey for HRE? These guys are almost annexed. That's going to be nice for us. How are these guys doing? They have poor integration and they have poor culture. Looks like they're not converting to Danube yet. These guys are converting to Danube. We could force culture on this guy. That's why we have like low loyalty on some of these guys. Alright, that's what we want. Let's get it. We just need to clip their wings in some battles. They kind of have a big combined force here. I think we just wax them because they're split up, though. We don't... Oh, I was about to say... I was thinking this terrain was a little bit rough. It's not rough at all. We will generally be really, really favored by the not rough at all terrain because there's more width, and we have a lot of regulars relative to them, so this will benefit us because we'll just wax the flank. The only way to get around steamroller is to have some kind of absurd restrictions or goal. Yeah, starting as someone small. I mean, starting as England. You're gonna end way earlier than starting as someone else. Yeah, this flank dies, and then now we get the plus 200% flanking bonus, so way more damage. Are you playing on very hard? No. I don't like playing on very hard, because most people don't play on very hard, right? And so, to the extent that I'm showing something that is replicable, or a point of comparison towards, like, regular runs for most people in terms of videos, like, it doesn't make much sense to play on very hard. I do think, like, the bonuses given on very hard, it makes the AI way more aggressive. That's only going to really affect you at game start. And it gives them combat bonuses, but that only makes a big difference if you're fighting close wars. And we just generally have been avoiding close wars. Right? We just chip up, we play small ball, and, like, the Hungary war wasn't close. Like, when we fought Hungary for the first time, that was maybe our closest war, and that, like, wasn't that close, because we had, like, we isolated them from their allies. We had a really huge ally in Bohemia. Bohemia and your allies would get all the combat bonuses as well. I think your subjects get all the combat bonuses. We have a kind of a vassal swarm, and so, like, the difference is these guys would be consolidated more. France would maybe be a little bit bigger. It's not like we're getting spiking coalitions. It's like, and the coalition would be more aggressive about decking on us, so... Get him. I think they also get, like, an eco bonus of some kind. I forget. But even then... Are you aware of the latrine disaster of 1184? I am not. Let's suppose you play towards the late age and you still have some kind of challenge left. How is the Age of Revolutions different from the other ages? I haven't played Age of Revolutions yet. I've played up to early 1700s, but 1737 is where Age of Revolutions starts. So, I know your subject get a lot less loyal. I mean, I know what... I can read, like, what this says happens. Yeah? And do some inference, but, like, haven't really gotten that late. Another thing is I also wanted to just, like, get reps on, like, 30 or 40 different nations. And so playing towards 1700 was, like, a little bit of a luxury. In terms of some of the videos I wanted to do, like, top 10 nations or this type of thing. And so we've played a lot of first 150 years. How big a no-no is declaring war without a CB? We haven't done once this campaign. It's not like if you need to declare the war, you need to declare the war. But like you can use Parliament for CB and use subjects for CB. Like this is a subject CB war. We're using Moravia's CB. And so if you're proactive about acquiring CB generation, it seems like you would just never want to not use a CB. I mean, are complaining about not being hard enough and not pushing the difficulty up a hard thing to justify. That's like... You think I'm not justified in my complaint? I'm not really complaining, I'm just explaining why I don't play, like, deep campaigns. I'm not suggesting I want to play a super deep campaign and, like, I somehow can't. But, like, the reason is very, like... Most players play on the standard difficulty. I am making content for the game. Most players' frame of reference is the standard difficulty. I want to make content of which players have a good frame of reference, which is why I don't play, like, with a bunch of random mods either. Even though when I play Paradox games on my own, I would play with a lot more mods, and I just play, like, vanilla. It's very much the same principle. Like, the instant retreat. You hate to see it, you love to do it. Avoiding getting waxed in this screen. Humiliate Boho is really expensive. We kind of want to do it for the prestige. Is it worth just continuing this war, though? It's kind of expensive. Who all is also mad at this? Basically, all these guys just get annexed. The two we have to worry about are this guy. Prudnik, Bagley, and Jawar. Jawar's still in here. Prudnik's still in here. Prudnik's, like, not getting out of it anytime soon. I think we just take it and we tolerate the tiny coalition and hope Milan doesn't break with us, but they might. They might. We also want to get that guy off the map. We've been wanting to get that guy off the map for some time now. So do we want to continue this war over... We could keep going a little while longer to get war reps, kind of like that. Not worry about the Humiliate. The Humiliate is just going to take a while. Yeah, this battle probably gives us enough. I think we don't want to just keep, like... We're losing a decent amount of pop with each battle. I think we don't want anything too crazy. Actually, do we have the Humiliate here? Do we value the Humiliate more than the money? 6 prestige or the money, which is more valuable? Kind of costs us a lot to generate 6 prestige. I mean, we're just decaying prestige. We're spending 10 ducats a month on it. I think we want the money. I think we want the money over this. And that we transfer this to an ally instead. Or subject, rather. Oh, mistakes were made. We should have gotten this guy out from... I mean, we're in allied territory, I guess, but we're in, like, the exclave. Alright. I think we make a fief here. Let's take a look at what the modifiers are for accepting them. Are they really not over 1% of our pop? Silesian? They are present in our country. Oh, according to this, they're not? Alright, well, fair. Quite a bit to accept. Tolerate. Alright, we're gonna take a look at our modifier for fiefdoms. Strength of all fiefdoms is starting to get really kind of painful. What's strength of all vassals? It's a lot less than strength... Oh no, strength of fiefdoms is cheaper. Relative to Overlord. So I guess we're going to release... Probably a historic subject that's relatively big. That's kind of taking as many of these as possible. We release him as a fiefdom and we feed him the rest. Or we feed him the rest of his provinces. We feed him this province. And then we make another fiefdom. Actually, we make a vassal, maybe. Ah! That's our second crash in like 40 hours? We can answer questions, though. Waiting for the car outside to start revving so we get a classic Generalist car comment? Hell yeah, brother. We need a soundboard for that. You force your market relocation with the country you're at war with? Yeah, strong. How do you fabricate claims? You use a parliament CB, generally. Seems like France often takes a chunk of southern England. Is it easier to outmaneuver bigger fleets and land troops than in EU4? The AI is kind of bad at clipping the fleets. At some point you mentioned there was a magic number where it was better to hand land to a vassal than keep it yourself. What is that number? I think it's like 18 or 19%. There's like a hard threshold and a soft threshold. The soft threshold is probably like 25%. But if you can reasonably expect to get more control there in the future that is like near, then like tolerating something less efficient just so that you have it later is probably worth. Why is it taking so long to start? You want an equal amount of both. Is that for subjects? The reason why we're splitting subjects between fiefdoms and vassals is because they have a combined strength versus overlord pool, and it's a different pool for each of those, and so you get to have more subjects with strength versus overlord things. When modded stream? I don't know, when some overhaul mods come out. Why is it actually just not loading? What the hell? Cloud status wants us to upload to Steam Cloud first. Let's cancel the launch. And relaunch it. It wants to synchronize cloud. It's uploading like 3%. 4%? Wait, actually? What is this? I mean, I guess, okay. Let's see if we can... let's maybe open up some Tinto Talks or something while it loads. Plug our thing! we can answer questions and kind of consult this, and let's see. We can feed the cat. That's crazy. It has to. It's got like some sort of sync with thing, and it's taking forever. If I remember correctly, it used to be the case that some areas was meta, but you capital on mountains between the two regions. That has changed. So no longer does proximity calculate to the location you're going into, it calculates the location you're going out from, so now you like never want your capital on a mountain. Because you're gonna have to eat the proximity every location you're going. But it used to be the case that you wouldn't eat the proximity cost of moving out from the mountain. Just where you were going into. Oh, now it's loading. Okay. How do I do coastal raiding as Tunis? I don't know, I haven't played as them. And has anyone figured out the biz start? A ton of content creators kind of have it figured out, I think. But... that was crazy. I don't know why it was taking so long to do that. I apologize, Chad. If I have gold and silver in my market, should I keep trying to import or abandon my efforts to mint? You should probably just mint anyways. 2 crashes in 40 hours, dead game, basically. Love your content, but if you want to see some real growth in the channel, you gotta put more effort in forming your videos, cutting down to like 10 to 20 minutes. So I understand from a content creation perspective what I should do is make stuff clickbaity in general, make my runs 30 minutes and condense everything down. Generally, probably explain a lot less what I'm doing. There's like a lot of changes I mean, I understand conceptually, like, the content creation stuff. Yeah, luckily we crashed kind of close to when this happened. It's that a lot of the more regular audience, I think, doesn't want that type of content. So, the people who watch me regularly, like the more consistent viewers, I think prefer a different sort of content. Although I might like a 4-hour top 10 video, it will put the normies off. And recently, enough people have really supported me with the creator code that it's very possible that I can actually... Hey, thank you for the 100 bits. Would watch the step-by-step gameplay walkthrough no matter how long it was posted to YouTube. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. That it maybe seems feasible to just actually cater to the regulars instead of trying to appeal to, as you put it, the normies. But the more casual audience, let's say. Can you interfere with a vassal civil war and play as Venice? You can, but it like takes like 12 months or something like this. It's kind of an annoying mechanic unless they've changed it. I wonder if there was something that is actually hard crashing us there. So it's possible we crash again. With like, if there's like a consistent bug, but we haven't found one of those in a hot minute. I think we can't march, or can we march down here? Because it's, well, we could kind of do it. +1's not too bad. I think we just don't want to do +2. I played a bit of Sweden. I found it hard to do things. I was squeezed for money and I then needed to purchase some places for 250 money ducats, spiraled into debt. You really don't want to take loans. I think the event where you sell stuff to Sweden sells you locations is actually kind of a noob trap. I think you're not supposed to buy them and just like beat Denmark up later and take them. Worth pushing navals as Sweden value early game? I don't know how early it's worth pushing, but you definitely want to push naval. You mentioned that temples are great. Any no-brainer buildings like that? Bridges. Bridges are real good. Bridges, as long as it's going to make a difference for your proximity cost calculation, are just insane as well. Not as good as temples, though. I would say. Like, temples are, like, the really stone, just insane one. Trying to think. Mecklenburg is going to be upset and is actually decently sized, so let's improve relations with Mecklenburg here. And then... the Fuggers. Actually, I think we come this way, because we want to make sure... we have to maintain control of all the subjects. Land. Oh, Jawar, we've already improved relations with. Yeah, that's unfortunate, I guess. They're just going to be really pissed at us. I think we just actually want to wipe these guys off the map, though, because they're the biggest contributors. And we could do a little bit more for war reps, but I think that the war reps are, like, not worth as much as, like, not losing the pop or something like this. And we kind of just want to be out of the war. That's a big chunk of gold, though. Maybe we just actually take this. And look to fight that up there. Get the annexation through. Gonna be very nice for us. Not gonna incorporate because it's not Hungarian, but we're gonna soon swap over to culture converting that area as soon as this one finishes. I think that we wanted to annex Trieste, and we are setting that up. And so let's get started on that. Your hair looked great this week. Thank you so very much. So as Bohemia, I built jewelry, gold, silver, and fabric. Thought eventually though eventually it seems to stop being profitable. Should I stop where it's expensive or medium expense? How do I drive up demand? Build a bunch of trade. You can export a ton of that for like forever. You're the only one who does what you do. Don't change a thing, IMO. Yeah, I don't know. I need to like go back to the drawing board and think through this because like creator code's been really valuable to me. Like financially, but I dislike having such a large percentage of my income coming directly from Paradox. Like that makes me feel uncomfortable, rather than YouTube. And so I don't know how I feel about that because it's one thing for someone to... It's effectively direct support from the people who are more regular, supporting me instead of, like, other content creators, right? Because you guys could obviously support someone else in this type of thing. And I'm very appreciative. But, like, it is, like, wholly contingent on the Paradox creator code, it feels like. Because there's a big difference between... suffering the inconvenience of buying through a specific platform for the exact same price and have to put in a product code, this type of thing, and like directly giving money. And so if Paradox, if like a third of my income is directly from Paradox, then Paradox like has an amount of like leverage over me that makes me feel really uncomfortable. I'd say you should try and attract more people like your type of content, but but not just copy what everyone else does. Yeah, so if I was... What would be best for the channel in terms of just raw views would be kind of copying what everyone else does, and probably just do it worse than them. Because they're, like, other people are better at editing and better at the, like, fast style and, like, this type of thing. So... I'm not able to add... provinces to HRE as Emperor, though I was able to add a single location at first, but it stopped working. Is there a CD or something? I don't think there's a cooldown. That's a little weird. There's not a cooldown, I don't think. But we'll take this from them. So just full annex the subjects. Oh, did we not add this guy? We did. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Yeah, we did add fans. And so I have to think through how I feel about that, or like how I think I should approach that. But like also like I probably need to make adjustments to what I'm doing in an overall sense. So I don't know. Thinking that through like on stream is probably maybe not the best thing anyways. For the videos, I think it would be helpful to have separate Let's Plays with guides. The guides should be more focused, concise, and repeatable. Yeah, I'm gonna have both, but I also just like, my Let's Plays, I just explain what I'm doing as well. I don't know. Can you release Saizun as your fiefdom this time? Please, it's my hometown. Maybe. The truth is, just in case there's something in this that crashes us specifically, the truth is, I'm probably gonna... I'm really tempted to just release whatever has the most locations that already start corn. I guess it doesn't make that big a difference. Yeah, it doesn't make that big a difference. Alright, we'll do that. We'll do that. And then we'll feed them the provinces. And then we'll release the other one as a vassal. I think that one had the same number of provinces. Like, ideally, we care about the number of locations they have. But this is kind of fine for us. Wow, lots of provinces. And so now on the antagonism, we have a lot with this guy, and that's kind of it. And we're improving relations with him. And don't we have a lot with Jawa? What's this? Wait, no, what? Does it not count because their relations are too high? They just categorically can't join? And Bohemia's mad at us, but who cares? We do have to keep an eye on this, though, because this tooltip's gonna hide the fact that our subjects in general are getting unruly. Oh, we didn't mean to take Montferrat ourselves. We meant to feed it to Piedmont. Unfortunate. It is what it is, I guess. Let's see if we can cancel improve relations with people who are like super maxed out. Yeah, like Verona, Piedmont, this guy. Trieste. Spoleto. So this way we'll get a lot more diplomats. And so, okay, that's Bohemia handled. Now our truce on Hungary is probably up. We have really good relations with Hungary, though. So... we maybe don't want to do that, actually. We could just chill a little bit for a bit. Where would you put the best location to put the capital of Japan? This is super agonizing. Immediately asking us for money. Who in chat told us to release these guys? Immediate request for money. What is this? Someone asked about Japan. We can't, while we're in this, we can't use tooltips while we're here. I think Osaka is probably one of the best ones. After a little bit of reflection, the thing is, like, you don't want to... So first of all, now natural harbors matter a whole lot, and it's really just the southern portion of Japan that's going to get a lot of love. And I think that you want to be on a really good natural harbor for your capital. And I think that this one is just the most obviously centrally located one. I think you can make an argument for this, where you're like, okay, you're going to push the south, and you're going to push the north, and then you're going to push Korea really well. Something like this, just like long term, like here or even here, makes a lot of sense. Although you said Japan, not Korea, but you're really caring about the natural harbor a lot, and that kind of like warps the decision. Just like most like Japan feeling is like Osaka, and then you push through land over to here or here, and then you push naval out from there, and it's like not the best. So the top portion of Japan, you don't have as good market access, but you do get kind of like a hub over here. You make a market here, a market here. I think you make a market somewhere on here for this island, and then there's a market up here, and you kind of have 3 places that'll have good market access and control. And you can also range Korea really easy in the southern portion and get like, you have another market here probably or something like this. And that will be pretty effective. That would be that's kind of how I was approaching it. Spreadsheets made him, you are the man today. So how long is your creator code good for? The impression I was given by Paradox is that this is just a new thing that's going to be around to stay. And so I think it's good until, unless I piss Paradox off, I think it's good. But like, that's like, yeah. The fact that now I actually like, financially, that they effectively have more leverage than they did before, like, makes me uncomfortable. Not that, like, I feel like Paradox ever, like, leans on me, and I think if they leaned on me, I would probably say something publicly, and, like, that would not necessarily be good for them. But I'm just saying, like, that they could makes me uncomfortable. I'm not saying that I think that they will or anything even remotely of that nature. I'm just saying, like, I'm a little uncomfortable. We're looking in the place that we annexed where we could probably put good, nice cities or towns. And we kind of like this one. We also have to keep in mind that even though it's not on a river, any place adjacent to the lake, we could also build a canal. Can we get an updated release timetable, or is the current one still kind of up to date? It's still kind of up to date. I'm trying to get that going. I'm gonna try and record a video later today that's not that. That's just showing beginning steps. But I'm trying to stick to it to some degree, just everything's pushed back a little bit. I'm generally still gonna release in that sequence, it's just gonna be a little bit delayed. Dubstreak, or Dubstake, not Dubstreak. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. I like your long videos, but I think it'd be a good idea to do some YouTube shorts on mechanics that come out. I think I'll do shorts once I figure out. I have to learn a new editing software. It's actually kind of frustrating, but like my editing software doesn't let me export in HD anymore, and so like right in the middle of like all this, I have to figure it out. But I should have swapped to DaVinci forever ago, so that's like my bad, I guess. I think that we've wanted more counting houses for a while, and the counting houses, we're making decent money, but we don't have good economic opportunities. The counting house themselves is going to have maintenance costs for things that we kind of can provide relatively easy, so this will give us more opportunities to build those things to the extent that it's a thing. So considering we don't really have that many good opportunities that are profitable, we're just going to actually counting house everywhere. And then we're looking for cities that we would like to create, specifically ones that are really going to be good for infrastructure overall. This place doesn't have a lot of upgradable stuff, but I think we're going to city here. We're going to actually make sure that the proximity is touching there. And so, is there any way of going through there? It's actually, the pound lock is only going to affect, like, this location exactly. It's just Erding specifically. Yeah, we'll leave that at town for now. Because, like, there's more stuff to be done, and, well, to be fair, this market has more opportunities as well. And we were wanting to move the market capital. Maybe we actually explore that option a little bit here. Sorry, I don't know. Maybe write a new message unless he sees the question. Oh, I'm sorry. What did I miss? I'm just a little bit behind on chat. I apologize. Conduct a census and noob trap. 0.5 pop growth for 188 days seems like nothing. It was a lot better before. It used to be a lot better. Creators who are endorsing it might be remembering a time when it was better. I still think it's decent, though. Like, I still think you're like, sometimes you're like, yeah, okay, this is gonna be good enough. Okay, so generally speaking, we want to be on a river. We want to give some breathing room to the Vienna market, because that's our capital market. And we want to have it in a somewhat of a clearing. And the problem is we don't really have that good of clearings. I guess up here makes some sense as well. If there's a river there. There kind of is, like, really far north. At that point, I think we're stepping on the other market. Yeah, where we put this market is actually just an agonizing decision. So we have this plateau clearing down here, and in the middle of the clearing was kind of where we were planning on moving it. Kind of low on the clearing. Like, we were thinking of moving it to Günzburg, I think. Yeah. Which I think still kind of looks attractive, to be honest. It's relatively in the middle of the clearing. And it's along a river. The question is, which direction is the river flowing? And that's kind of hard to tell. We prefer it at the base of the river. I mean, from a topographical perspective, it looks like it might be flowing from those mountains and hills, in which case it will push up access better that way. I think we move it there, and then if we have to move it again, we have to move it again. So we're gonna go to the markets, right-click, relocate. This is where we had planned on moving it before as well, so... It'll take a month to readjust. We're expecting the Vienna market to get slightly larger. Yeah, it gets a little bit bigger. And then... for this province... We're gonna take a look at how collapsed the prices are. Not very good on the masonry, sand, and lumber. So, can we expand our RGOs in here? Lumber. We actually don't care if we own it. We do not care at all, but we care that it's 50 to do that. And the masonry is going to be expensive as well. We're just going to expand it even though it's kind of expensive. A little bit. And then the masonry... Because the tools are going to be expensive because the masonry is already expensive. Right? Yeah. So we're going to spam a lot of masonry. We're also going to make sure that it's subsidized. It looks like we had the idea here already. We're gonna push it up. Is that because there's a stone there? There is. We're gonna look. There's clay up here. Clay and stone. Curious. I'm gonna just max expand. Clay here. Max expand. And just like... We don't want to come back. We don't want to come back and like not be able to like... resolve issues in this market again, even though it's like not the market we're always most focused on, so we're just expanding in those areas that are going to have the production efficiency bonuses. There's also stone here. Oop, not there. So, just a whole lot of masons coming in there, because there will be good opportunities, but we have to get things going. Creator code income isn't that sustainable. We'll probably drop a ton now that the game is out. Yeah, this is another thing. And then like, I could get it when there are expansions, in theory, as well. What is the best Mio for MT divisions playing as France? Oh, I don't know. Is that a Hoey question? I don't know Hoey at all. I use your code to buy the game and your Venice videos to help set my Venice run. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, you don't need to flip Sunni. Some people are really upset about that. Almost everything there still works if you don't flip Sunni. You just care. The main difference, if you're not flipping Sunni, is once you get a decent amount of crown power, you want to swap onto favor the burghers. Once you kind of get going a little bit there. Let's see about marketplaces. Let's not have that. Yeah, we're gonna push the marketplaces that are far away from the market capital, because marketplaces don't care about trade capacity, and we're gonna even push them here, even though they're expensive, just a little bit. They don't care about capacity. And then I think we do have cheap roads now. Do we have sand down? Tooltip, please. Sand's at minus 10%. I think that's good enough to push a little bit of this. Yeah, some of these places just need a road, period. As well. What are we doing looking like sand price over here? We don't have too much in this market in terms of buildings. Lumber is expensive, sand's kind of okay. There is sand that is getting produced down here, but lumber, okay. Where is the lumber? So where there is lumber, we could add sand. Because lumber is an input for sand. So we see it here, we see it up here. So let's come in here for sand pits. Looks like we already had this idea. Let's just kind of follow through a little bit. On that. With the sand and then the lumber. Kind of finicky with that. Like, I don't know what bug exactly causes that, but it sometimes doesn't use all your trade capacity. We'll check that in a second. But lumber. We don't care if we own it for the lumber. Well, we don't own, like, anything, so we kind of can't do. Are the tools cheap? The tools are kind of cheap. We're gonna expand these out. We only have one location with which to like build tools, so there's not a ton of agency in that regard, but we are going to max out the tools, yeah. We can build tools in our subjects' land, actually. It's not against the rules. There's not a lot of urbanization, like, this side of things. All this here, and none of these are iron provinces. Maybe we don't care. I think this will be fine, so that we're kind of setting up for our ability to get roads and setting up our other markets here to some extent. The guys who we culture swapped are now just slightly disloyal. I don't think we're annexing Croatia soon. Maybe we'll flip Croatia's culture. Let's do that and then flip their culture too. Save us a bit of a headache, because we are going to culture convert Croatia. Sorry, I'm behind. Has the game changed since the Caribbean? Yes. If you consider creating endless drama and beef with beef videos targeting people who can't lift, $. I'm pretty sure if I created a bunch of drama videos, for example, on other content creators, that Paradox would like cancel my code. Not that I would want to do that anyways, but I'm just saying. Can we have a spreadsheet video with a little explainer? Because there are so many modifiers and different layers. I feel very noobish when playing apart from not knowing the UI. I was planning on doing a top modifiers video. But we don't have a unified spreadsheet for that type of thing. One of the problems is like running into a problem exporting the buildings. There are like 400 buildings, and there are also different production methods for the buildings. So like we have a spreadsheet sitting with 600 things, and I don't want to manually enter the building cost for 600 things by hand. That's kind of like the hold up on that. I think I personally will like every type of content you post would be good to post. I haven't gotten around to watch your Bloodlines stream, but I think I'd like you to that. I enjoy playing Bloodlines. Someone like accused me of like shilling Bloodlines with the cost for like getting like some sort of incentive for for EU5, and I was like, what? Low effort time-lapse reaction, most efficient way of being... Yeah, I should have done time-lapse stuff. I didn't want to taint my hours by doing a time-lapse. If I was gonna publicly say something about my hours, I think I'm not allowed to do a time-lapse. You know what I mean? We can request a cardinal seat. I don't really think we really have a location we would want to... Maybe the market capital here, though. Market capitals tend to get a lot of populations. The main value of the cardinal seat is that it gives you literacy. I guess. For bigger countries like Castile, England, and France, it's best to release the areas with low control of vassals and concentrate on building areas you do control. I would say if it's sometimes, if it's not incorporated, I think you definitely release it. So, like, France starts out with this. I think you should just feed that to Artois, and you let them incorporate it. They very often can get, like, 20-25 control in the areas, which I think is just good enough that it's kind of okay for you to directly own it. And for France specifically, resolving the 100 Years' War involves you having a percentage control of France, so I think you don't want to release stuff as France anymore. I think you used to, but not anymore. RPG ran a stream. Our favorite RPG streamer ran a stream where he chatted about a publisher about what making a product to leverage his audience would look like. Interesting. Should I have a competition where Generalist trains like Flurry to lift someone, and trains someone like Wait, what? Let me pause that. Should have a competition where Generalist trains like Flurry to lift, and someone trains Red Hawk. Oh, like someone has to get... I have to get Flurry jacked, and someone has to get Red Hawk jacked? That would be like an interesting project, but I'm not sure how many content creators actually want to like get jacked. Specific, if you focus on specific things like a Parliament guide or a what to build guide, yeah, we might do a Parliament guide. I think right now there's 2 videos I want to release, just like very close to release, and that's like what I think people get wrong like at the very beginning, and like all the questions I've seen very frequently. Like, how do I make a CB is the most commonly seen question I've seen. Dangerous precedent, taking fiefdom requests from chat, I know. Hopefully they won't abuse this power. Risky business. How do I get more royal marriages? Am I just unlucky with the fugly royal family? It helps if you kind of curate a little bit your... To some extent it's time, but to another extent, like, crown power characters, or crown characters... Here, let's come in here. Just continually marrying them, if they're part of the crown, is like a gardening exercise that you can engage in to produce more crown power characters or crown characters. And in theory, doing this is going to give you a bigger pool from which to select. So we should be marrying this, but like to some extent, I mean, like, yeah. So we could have them marry, and now they'll produce kids. And it's like, it's better. But you see how he is from a... He has a nobility, sorry. There is a family here that is a republic, right? And then he has a dynastic thing, right? And so making sure all your characters with dynastic stuff get married is really important for like getting the ball rolling. Then get married to someone who's young. Vassal Storm getting out of hand, sharing is king. Oh, I'm so far behind if someone's talking about Japan being on stream. There's a patch to power, curious to see what they manage in a week. We'll see, we'll see. But you also have straight up more income than before? That's true. I just like, I don't like, it makes me uncomfortable. I mean, like, I don't have like, I think I have a good relationship with Paradox. I'm not concerned that my relationship with Paradox seems like in danger or this type of thing. It's just like, it might like warp my perspectives. For example, I'm not like that concerned with getting rug pulled as much as like, Not that, like, it's generous that they don't have to do it, but, like, if I build my strategy around the code and then they can revoke it, like, that's a concern. But, like, beyond that, it's like, I don't want to feel like I'm being incentivized in a way to, like, not say negative stuff about Paradox just because there's a financial thing there, and, like, that is a concern for me. Not that I have something negative to say, it's just, like, the structure of the thing. Which, like, to be fair, that, to some extent, is one of their incentives for giving out the code, right? Is to make content creators have more of a positive opinion. Not that that's ever been, like, communicated to me in any way. I'm just saying, like, that would be a reasonable way to, in a board meeting or whatever, say, this is why we should do this. I tried my first game as Korean, I got super lost, I got super mad, and I could not import anything my people needed because it was too heavy. You need more trade capacity, but your pop's getting a little bit angry. Yeah, it's okay. We are really short on fur. We're not sweating it. We would rather just make more money. But, I mean, to be fair, if we were trying to micro this, canceling the least profitable trades and doing some fur trades probably actually makes some sense. So if we look at this, and we look at some of the least profitable trades, yuck. Which, at this point, we have a lot of trade capacity, so there's a lot of not so profitable trades. And we look to import some furs, resolve some issues. We'll import just half as much as we can for the best market, and then half from the next best market, and then I think we'll import like the rest from the Riga market if we can. So, resolve that a little bit. How much of our money is coming from subject income? This is an interesting thing. Diplomacy income, we're getting war reps from Boho, that's 20. But this is basically covering our Diplo spend cost, which is kind of cute. Should towns always be upgraded to cities? Generally, but we don't have so much money that we're ignoring money. Would you feel less comfortable if I'd wait to get the game on a discount? And would in turn become a channel member? I thought about doing that anyways. Both wanting it because it'll take some time and until I can play anyways, and become a channel member because the big dice wealth voting. I forgot what I said would make me feel uncomfortable. I think if you want to buy the game on discount, you should not feel like compelled to buy the game at full price just to use my code. Because I don't think you can get a discount. A Steam discount on the Paradox web store. I think we just want the prestige there. One guy wanted to know how to join Subject Civil War because it's the same problems. Yeah, you have to like wait 12 months and then there's like an interaction and it's kind of annoying, and like sometimes your subjects can actually just get bricked. Which is why we release subjects with at least 2 locations, or try to. But there's like an interaction like down here or something. Are we annexing Trieste? I think we meant to do that, but I don't know if that was the... No, that wasn't the game that had crashed. But yeah, trying to figure this out in the other markets a little bit. Is there anything you missed from EU4? No, because I didn't really play it. How about the control there, though? Regarding, this, we actually don't care about how much this contributes to the tax base at all. We just want cheaper roads in that market and stuff. We don't care about tax-based contribution here. We care that it's far from the market, because that decreases outputs, but it's still at least half. And it's the thing about the production efficiency modifiers is it's producing less, fair enough, but it's also not squeezing the prices of the input goods up. Because when you have negative market access, it's less of a strain on... when we have a bunch of economies of scale for something like a sand pit, one of the things we're concerned about is that it squeezes and strains our lumber, because it uses lumber as an input. And so we want as much production efficiency as possible, because the more production efficiency we have in the aggregate on the sand, the less the sand squeezes the lumber. And so part of it is also avoiding the squeeze on that. But the control we care about for industries we want profitable. So, if we look at the scriptoriums, which I don't think have any bonus for inputs, and we look where we built them mostly just around the capital, because we care about the control. Flipping Sunni is why you get paid the big bucks. Is the humanist Venice starting with important thing if you aren't going is important if you aren't going Sunni? It's not as important, no. I still think you want to be humanist, and so locking it in and investing to lock it in is reasonable. Don't you need that? Don't you mean that you don't need to flip a Sunni to form Carthage because it isn't a goal as Venice anyways to stack Carthage unique? Well, you don't need to be Sunni to go Carthage. You could go Catholic Carthage. But yeah, Sunni has more trade like texts and stuff too, which is one of the reasons we wanted to swap. It's almost possible to break apart, but somehow impossible to recover from a bankruptcy spiral. Yeah, you can't, like, take debt. Taking debt's really bad. To avoid taking... If you're, like, starting to debt spiral, it's better to just, like, max out minting or something like this. Do you think the game does a good job of keeping minutia important until the late game? To some extent, yeah. I think that you don't necessarily have to engage with it if you don't want to. Why do we see no burger roads? What's our burger income? Trying to think how much we care. We prefer crown characters generally. Do we like our heir more than our character? I don't think we do. We're gonna put this guy in as a general. It's gonna give us a little bit more crown power, and then we'll just use this, the best stat guy. We don't have that good stats. In theory, we probably should garden our cabinet a little bit, or our pops a little bit. I wish we could sort by age, but we can't. We're just looking at which ones look young and breedable, and if they are, we're going to marry them. I don't know if you can matrilineally marry subjects. I'm not sure why they don't have marry a noble. Are we just not looking at something correctly? Well, I know why we can't marry her to a noble. I guess they're, like, mostly already married. Generally, I've found that you don't, like, need to engage in this, but our characters kind of suck. Okay, let's look for males, I guess. And I guess we'll try and get the artists banging. I don't know. Oh, this doesn't cost us to the disgrace of the duchy? Is this hiding from us the cost? I think it's hiding the cost. Oh, it's not hiding the cost. Okay, so he's gonna start having kids. He's gonna start having kids. Yeah, there's no nobles to marry. Is this an artist unique thing that they can marry the lower? Is that artist unique? Or is that just... Okay, if we look at a burger, marry lowborn. Artists, we found one reason artists are good. They can marry without getting a penalty. We made it, boys. Artists don't get a penalty when marrying. I'm getting further in the game and having multiple locations that control 100 is like crack. Yeah. We're getting started with this. Is mass building marketplace a good way to build trade capacity? It is, but trade capacity is kind of marginally useful for us at this point. I guess we could resolve the furs issue more with that. Are you planning on unifying the HRE? Not especially, but we are planning on... Well, we're kind of just expanding a lot. We're gonna do... Oh, we already pushed 100 towards land, so we don't need to do that and intentionally fail it. Which is what we've been doing before. Bolster government. If I recall correctly, this is kind of okay. Revoke privilege cost is kind of decent if we get that for an extended period of time. I think there was one that we wanted to revoke. I think we wanted to revoke this. But we don't have enough of that stuff stacked up. The discount. I don't want to revoke it for 90. Or anywhere in the neighborhood of 90. The monthly legitimacy is free money. I think I like the equilibrium recovery on the nobles though, because we can piss them off a little with some stuff, and it's a little bit less unforgiving. And then we also get a ton of support off of them. So let's increase opinion on them, and then we wanted to swap laws and start pushing humanist. So let's go any religion. And then we're gonna push humanist. I think we'll already have enough to have a trend. Yeah, we're 0.08 and this will go to 0.18. Still not a lot. Yeah, we want no censorship as well. Okay. We'll need to make that change on the law. So we don't want to go towards... We want to stay above 50 innovative pretty bad because we can roll the events. We have to get 22 support somehow. We're gonna wait for these guys' stuff to recover so that it's worth more. The reduced opinion will be worth more. We'll try and remember to do the thing. Our custom subjects OP, they are pretty good. What's the control map mode look like? This is the control map mode. Your top 10 Euro nations had some super not safe for work spreadsheets. Can't wait for more. Yeah, I still have to record the top 10 nations one. Don't you already bench press 690? We can squat 675. Haven't done anything with 690. Actually, I've unracked 695 pounds. I think I've unracked over 700 pounds, actually. Do provinces flip from market automatically? Can you somehow force them to do it? They flip based on which one has the highest of these values, which at baseline is market access, but also their market attraction bonuses. Like, we're more attracted to our own markets and markets that are German, for example, rather than Czech. And so, because this is a Czech market. And so, whichever one is winning out, it will be better. To the extent that you can affect it, you can do stuff to boost your market attraction, or you can build, like, roads. And as you build roads places, it'll improve market access, which will get more places in there. In terms of future video, did you see some comments under your recent post? Personally, I would like to maybe see. Yeah, I did. For my post from yesterday, I saw the comments. I'm still figuring out exactly what I want to do. I want to record 1 to 2 videos today, though, and try and figure it out. I don't mind you being behind. I think it's so cool you try and get every comment. Yeah, I think this is a little bit... You guys are... There's not, like, more of you today than there was yesterday, but you guys are, like, commenting a lot more, so... Trying to touch on everything. I think it does say, like, ask questions in the title or something like this. What do you think the play is as Czech Bohemians assimilate all the Germans and switch to German, or switch to German as primary? I don't know. That's a good question. What's better? Assimilate or... We want the capital economy push either way. which will get us over 50 so we can roll the cap economy events. Oh, baby, let's go. Let's go. All right, we're also going to switch to no censorship. So now, let's actually just show those two laws, because we're kind of just clicking without showing. The big thing is that we're looking for the trend towards humanist, and that's kind of what we care about a lot. We're also, like, yeah, the other stuff's not as important. Like, the tolerance is whatever, because we're all Catholic. It's actually, like, bad, because we're getting less tolerance. And then also this gives trend towards humanist. So before we were trending, like, 0.2 towards spiritualist, and now, once our laws sink in, we're going to be trending, like, 0.2 something towards humanist. So we're going to be able to push humanist a little bit here. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Like 300 or something. 300 to 400. This game sucks. Way too complex. Nothing makes sense. Everything you do as a slider takes 20 years to do. The Traveling Preacher event. -7 stab or lose innovative value. Driving me crazy. Yep. You gotta become more tolerant, I think, is the solution on that one. Oh, that's kind of good timing. Yeah, so the 3.7% recovery feels really nice in this spot. And okay, we can think about text, but before we think about text, let's actually recruit up the army like we had planned. So we now have the next tier, and we have like way more than enough guys to do this. So this should give us military hegemon, I think 12 regiments. 12 times... That'll be 4,800. That'll bring us to 7k. Maybe that's not enough to mill hedge. We need another 2 units. I think we'll build another 3. Let's build another 6. Just comfortably get military hegemon here, which will give us additional war score cost reduction. It's kind of, I think, the big thing. Yeah. -5 legitimacy for a few thousand ducats every time. It is expensive to get back legitimacy, but yeah, we like the ducats. For a small nation, one split between markets. Do you recommend trade monopolies for the burghers so that they can do the trading for you? The problem is I can't really look at the burger trades very easily. It's opaque. The system doesn't show you. I think the burgers trade law is bad, but it's not super bad that you would want to remove it, but it's bad enough that you don't want to slot it. Unless you have a lot of positive trade modifiers yourself, because -25% of your trades is a lot worse for you when you have just the base 100% than it is if you have plus 100%, right? Getting reduced from 100 to 75 is different than getting reduced from 200 to 175. You know what I mean? Like, one is a 12.5% reduction, the other is a 25% reduction. Oh my god, Zach, thank you for the $2. Can I see my subjects not controlled cores? Can I see my subjects not controlled cores? Yes. If you use the integration map mode and you click on your subject, you can see. Yeah. Thank you so very much for the $2. Apologies for being a little bit behind. Is the clothing scarcely grounded by not having silk in Europe? I think that things were just rebalanced more towards really needing fine cloth at game start, and just everywhere needs fine cloth at game start. But clothing should be one of the biggest demands. Like, textiles in terms of world economy, like, if you research, like, world economy, like, in a historic basis, like, textiles are actually just an enormous percentage of the world's economy for, like, most of history. Because everyone wears clothing, usually. I'm not sure why building a road in one location would be better for proximity and another location would be better for market access. So the two calculations are different. There are a lot of, for proximity, there are a lot of these percentage reductions. And we have a bunch of reductions for this. And also, there's rough terrain, which gives a lot more cost, right? And the way that these math together is that you do not want to go through rough terrain. If you have terrain that gives you plus 50% cost, and you have bonuses that give you minus 50% cost, going through rough terrain is going to cost just baseline 100%, but going through easy terrain, where you don't have that plus 50%, will cost half as much. And so what's going on here is that it is a lot cheaper to travel through these provinces as a result of us having so many modifiers and the terrain modifiers being a thing. For market access, the terrain modifiers are generally less impactful in terms of segments, although it's difficult for us to show this because these arrows, I don't know how to remove those arrows. I think they're annoying. I don't like them. And also, all of our proximity modifiers, we do not get that for market access. Proximity does not... roads improve market access, but that's the only thing that improves market access. Bridges don't, canals don't. Like, a ton of stuff doesn't affect market access, and so it's a function of the math of why that is. The top 10 video nation isn't finished. Well, I've only done... No, yeah, I haven't finished recording it. It's not finished and recorded. Yep. I was wanting to do the Korea run before finishing it, and then I ran out of time, basically. Is there a way to screenshot it, have it entered structured data, and export it to CSV? Would that help? There must be a way to screenshot it and have it entered. Someone is already helping me export it to CSV, and they can't do the thing. You crossed the 1400 hour mark, technically for EU5 right now? Yes. So you've surpassed EU4 playtime in total over 11 years? Yeah, but this is my job. Although, to be fair, like, in order to hit that before release, I did, like, 15-hour days, a lot of them. I think, like, most of the days I had access to EU5, I think I played it, I think I probably averaged... I think there's no way I averaged under 12 hours a day. Okay, so we just finished getting, this. We will eventually want, I think, Lancers as well. I don't think it's a priority right now, because we don't really need a bigger military. Do you prefer stronger army numbers on the flanks or the center section? We prefer stronger army numbers on the flanks or center section. Well, it's less important to have them in the center section because they're getting more defensive bonus in the center section, I would say. It is a natural harbor. Scandinavia feedback's not up to date. Can't trust anyone anymore. Womp womp. How much money do you make before you colonize? I think I don't like to spend more than 10% of my money on colonization and exploration in the aggregate. But, so now, like, if we're making 100 ducats, I would feel comfortable doing one exploration, but not, like, multiple. I'm pretty sure this has already been settled, though. This has maybe not been, so... Let's maybe do an exploration now. And we want someone young with a lot of military score. Okay, gotta go, Generalist. Hopefully when I'm back, it'll be on your new computer. Godspeed. Good luck. I managed like an hour change last night and wasn't a lot of time to cut my schedule. Where... A lot of time to cut out your schedule? I don't see what you typed before, Chris. What should I prio and trade? There's like... I generally prioritize profit, which the AI does automatically, but specifically creating trade routes, like when you're creating routes, resolving pop needs is okay, especially if it's like somewhat close to the most profitable. And then also for institutions, importing stuff from locations that have institutions is good, which is what we're doing. We're importing from the New World institutions over here, and we're importing from Sevilla market in order to pull it over here. You played 15-hour days? I got like 1 hour one day. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. But like, this is also... This is the gig. This is the job. We also have to do this. Okay, so we're probably just going for the super economy, like, oriented thing. Just checking... But I'm thinking we just go printing paper workshop and printing press is just generally kind of insane. We do want to get another couple things in there, though. We were saying we want to go Catholic, but honestly, in my bones, I don't want to. I think we go for book output as well into lumber. Lumber's just generally been an issue. Weapons workshop and naval supplies is kind of okay, but we don't necessarily need to do it. I think that we would rather kind of beeline some of this stuff over here. So let's go for this. Spy network construction, monthly diplomats, improve relations. We're improving relations with so much of our, like, resources that I really like it. And then urban building costs, trade capacity, and building costs. Actually, that's loose. That's loose as hell. We should do building costs before urban building cost. What are we doing? I feel like in this game versus 4, I've had institutions drop on me. Might be overwhelmed by everything. Yeah, if you're playing in Italy, institutions are super easy peasy. You skipped over the question of the question from the guy about Sweden. Oh, my bad. In Sweden, would you make Norrköping a town? Great natural harbor, but has wool, and Sweden only has 4 wool. Yeah, so yes, I would make it a 10. Another thing is, you care more about the development in your urban areas. Like, higher development is more useful in urban areas. And woods is going to hurt development growth. And forest is going to hurt it even more. And also, wetlands will hurt it. And this type of stuff. And you don't have that much grassland in the aggregate. And also, you know how you're going to get your control to these farmland places? It's going to be through here. You're not going to be able to get a lot of... you can't get really harbor capacity without urbanizing it, and it's going to cost you 20 to exit here and then enter here. And you'd much rather it cost you nothing, which is what you can eventually get to, and then get to your kind of areas that are going to be really nice urban areas, the farmlands, which you can push all the way over to here. It'd be a lot nicer to have much better capacity, harbor capacity there. So, yeah, I think you urbanize it. It's kind of a bit of a concession. How long does it take to finish the campaign from start to finish? I haven't... You mean to the end date, or until when we're kind of done with the play here? Like, this one, I think we're going to play deeper, just because I think people might be invested in it, but, like, we're getting to the point where we're just like, okay, we're just stronger. And no one's going to be able to impede us, really, in any sort of reasonable way. Like, so at this point, I think we beat France in a 1v1. Despite them having 3 times the pop or 4 times the pop. Maybe not? I don't know. This is including all of our subjects, but... And so by 1500, we'll probably be, like, too strong to deal with. You know what I mean? I think we just go for this kind of layup of a war. and we'd like to get Padua out. We subjugate Padua, we don't have to worry about them for AE. We subjugate Aquileia, same difference. So I think we look to do both of that. And I think we don't need to do conscripts anymore. We're done with that. Sucks that lakes are useless. Lakes are great. If you're next to a lake, you can build, I think, both irrigation and pound lock canals. So it's like being on a river. Yeah. Can we see anywhere how many dudes are needed for sieges? So, for sieges of any province, it's like, 10 times the development. So if it's a 100 development location, you need 1,000 troops to siege it. And then on top of that, I think you need to have, if you're sieging a location with a castle or whatever, you need to have in excess of the, like, people there. Oh, is this a new fort? Do we catch it in rotation? How many people are manning the fort? That fort was just built, brother. The fires rise, brother. That fort just got built. The fire rises. See, this fort's gonna have a lot more guys in it. Yeah, see, 143 out of... Time to figure out how to do world conquest. The problem with world conquest is that... Here. These locations, like the base value, you see tax base plus 0.32. Development affects it, population plus 0.22, buildings plus 0.05. As time goes on, more tax base appears, more population appears, and more buildings appear. So even though you get a lot of you have to like stack a lot of percent war score cost reduction to like actually take stuff in the late game because there's so much pop development and buildings and this type of thing. You can just sit on stuff occupying it forever to just nuke its prosperity to like hurt the things. And forget all what negative prosperity gives. But for the most part, the scaling of stuff is like kind of whack for like once you get really late. So it's probably about taking a lot of stuff in the first 2 or 3 ages. Who can form the Timurs and the Mughals? Yeah. I'm not sure who else can. I imagine other people can. You just have to have certain religion in a certain location. Do you have to wait 1 full diplomat to take a diplomatic action? A lot of them you do. We have extra diplomats here, though. Let's actually just look at if we full annex, which we're not going to do. Let's see who gets upset. Padua, we're going to annex Padua. Brescia, Bohemia. Bohemia, Pisa. Let's improve relations with Bohemia and Pisa. But yeah, this is a super layup war. Don't need to. Ah! So we have a disloyal subject, so annexation has stopped. It's on, I think it's the Fedger guy. Because they're starting to get stronger and stronger. So we are going to use support loyalists to squeeze this through. But our subjects are getting stronger and stronger relative to us, especially as they get new techs. When they mobilized all their stuff. We can also just mobilize some levies. We're probably just supposed to mobilize some levies. It may be worth just showing that interaction, though, that you can get an extra 10 loyalty squeeze. We kind of would like some source of loyalty, but I don't think that we have that in the immediate vicinity as in the tech tree. I've conquered Naples, province, and Sicily. What can I do with the market capital? Can I move it to Sicily? I'm on the edge of the market with my heartland. You can move it to Sicily. You could do this. I think it's better to move your heartland to Naples. Which you might not like, but that's what peak capital location looks like. You move your capital to Naples. I'm sorry, friend. I think that's the it's not the solution you're looking for, but it's perhaps the solution we all deserve. The fire rises, brother. Alright. So I think we just take the 2 vassals and we're out. Venice, Seba. Oh, maybe we're not just out. We're still at war with this guy. How do we want to treat this guy? Well, wouldn't mind taking guys off the map. That's Burgundy. But just Seba annexing seems good for us. Oh, it's kind of hard to, like, be able to tell what tag is what. I think just annexing 7, taking them out is kind of what we'd like to do. Pisa, we're improving relations with. We are with Bohemia, Pavia. Well, Pavia would not be subjugated, so let's improve relations with Pavia. Aquileia would be subjugated. Opole, we're already improving relations. Brescia, I think we're already improving relations with. We're not? Alright, cool. So we could sit on this a couple months and then send it. I suppose we don't like taking extra damage if we don't have to. They are doing quite alright. Kind of annoying, we would like to take this and release Corsica with it, but Corsica's already a thing, so there'll be none of that. We could take a chunk and release Bern to be able to fight them better. But I think we already have a way of generating cores down here. And we kind of don't want to get too much more. I think we just... So our subjects are just loyal and they're paying us less, so this war is kind of expensive, and we'd rather maybe just be out of it. Yeah, let's just get out of it. We continue the expansion. Are counting houses worth it? It doesn't seem to increase my crown power very much. I think they're worth it, yes. I think counting houses are not only good, they're like... If you're under 25 crown power, it's like actually just one of the best advances in the age for you. Is there a way... It's worth it because you don't have a lot of crown power modifiers yet. And also, it's not as expensive as it looks because it stimulates your economy. Like, you look in here and you're like, oh no, I'm paying for counting houses. What are you gonna do? We're paying 8 ducats. You're only paying for 20% of the goods. And as you pay for the goods, you increase the price of all the things in that market that produce the goods, and you're like, oh no, expensive prices. What will we do? And then the thing is that... Oh, is Counting House... Yeah, Counting House is a burger building. if there's more demand for books and more demand for paper, you can build more paper and books and have it be more profitable. And as it's more profitable, you extract more tax income. And there's a threshold of percentage tax and tax efficiency beyond which it's actually just net positive to have the building. Like, you make more money by having the building despite paying that because you're pushing the prices up. Generalist turning into Bane. I was born in the Bane. Molded by the meme. By the time I spoke normally, I was already a man. So I have fishing villages. They're delayed by 300 days, needing masonry, which is in the market. Are you at the edge of the market? It sounds like you don't have enough masonry. You need more of it. And the stuff that's on the periphery will get the masonry last. You think masonry is your ally? We're seeing what the price collapse looks like for roads over here now that we've built up some sand and lumber. It's a little bit better. Let's build a road to the gold. God, 1K? Gold already has a road too. That feels bad, man. You do want to get roads down on these places so they actually get dev, though. 20 plus 25% dev's a big deal. We could build gravel roads. Just to get the stuff. 1,500 gold, yeah. We've definitely not hit escape velocity yet on the income. Where we don't care about anything. I think since they already rival us, we're just gonna rival these guys back. I think that makes the most sense. Why is Milan in Transylvania? Don't worry about it. Why wouldn't they be in Transylvania? We had a war where we were annexing Hungary, and we didn't want to take all the land because of antagonism, and so we fed some of it to Milan instead, knowing that they probably at some point rev and just become free, and it's kind of whatever. I play 5 minutes, close the game, and I understand nothing, and they don't have a tutorial. There are going to be official videos on YouTube. I wrote the script, or the initial script, for like the official tutorials on YouTube after the first two. On the official channel. I think we prefer noble satisfaction generally, and we kind of like having money, so. Annexation is close for them. I think we were thinking of flipping Croatia. Oh, we don't have a diplomat. Just kidding. Are we in chill mode now? Or are we in fight Poland soon mode? We're not improving relations with Poland because we're trying to get to the point where we can insult them and declare war on them. So... that might, yeah, that's enough. I bite my thumb at you, sir. I bite my thumb at you, sir. And then we have claims from a subject. We're lacking a diplomat, but this is just a super layup war, right? They have 1,400 troops. Oh no, but they're already mobilized. We're not mobilized, and we have 9,400. I suppose maybe we want to drill our army. Requirements not met. Did they change it? Why is the requirements not met? What's the requirement, my guy? What? Oh, we don't have a general. Whoop, whoop. Didn't we have a Crown Power character in charge? I thought we did. But we put this strapping young lad in charge who's not ready for war. We should be better about decreasing the maintenance on this, but we're not. Good evening. How does it work if one country has multiple markets? Is stuff missing from one market to the other? Can you give me some tips? You can trade between the two markets to supply from one market to another. Often, kind of what you're going to end up doing, though, is, like, playing the economic game for each market individually, and to some extent, I think you focus... As a matter of practice, I think you focus on your main market, like, pretty hard, and then the other ones you just kind of do something decent enough, and it's a whole lot less important, but you try and manage them separately, yeah. How far are you from making top 10 provinces in the EU5 video, just like in Vic3? I have notes for it. I already have a top 10 list, with ratings. I just need to record it, but I need to learn how to use new editing software, because my software doesn't let me export in HD anymore. Why is Hungary split in 5? Why is what split in 5? You mean Carpathia? The loyal subject union under Austria? What do you mean? Vassals versus fiefdom doesn't seem like there's much of a difference. Nope, there's not that big a difference. Fiefdoms integrate new land faster. Fiefdoms are ruled by your ruler. I think there is some reasons why that matters, but it's considered your ruler rather than a different ruler. The biggest thing is that it's a different pool, and if you look at subjects... What? Pretty sure we have more subjects than that. Oh. They have this country strength of all X versus Overlord. These are two separate pools for vassals and fiefdoms, so roughly speaking, you want to be half and half. So, did you upgrade your PC for EU5? Yes, I did. Are PUs bad in this game? They're okay. They're worse than EU4 because they're not just, like, subjects, I would say. How long until our next parliament? Long ass time. Ooh, we're actually losing manpower. We need more manpower buildings. Fair enough. Fair. Okay, and so with that, we probably have a decent demand for actually the military industry. So let's actually sort by profitability. Is that even coming up? God, the weaponsmith's barely, like, more profitable. I mean, we'll just expand where we have it. So for economies of scale, I don't think we have coal in too many places. Oh, we do have a coal. We do have coal. I guess we should urbanize this. Why haven't we urbanized this? Alright. That'll be good. We can build more weapons there once that's completed. I think we also urbanized this. Yeah, we did. Which doesn't have the best things for inputs, but let's see what we can make here. We'll do a brewery. We'll probably end up also just making trade buildings there. Does the home of the army matter? Yes. A little bit. Not a lot of it. I think the troops who die are actually randomly pulled from soldiers in your country. I'm not 100% sure, though. I need to investigate this further, like, where you build in terms of how it affects where the pops die from, but if you recruit in locations where they have malaria resistance, they'll have malaria resistance. That's, like, the biggest one, from what I can tell. We, with our disloyal French vassals at game start, gotta improve relations with them. And then make sure you stay relatively strong compared. The appenages, I think, are a little bit easier to keep under control. Does proximity cost stack with road and downstream river bonus? So between roads and rivers, it just uses whichever modifier is best. Yeah. It doesn't stack, no. It just uses the best one. So It's 10 if you're like going upstream, which is worse than a gravel road, and it's 30 if you're going downstream, which is the equivalent of an H5 road. We are getting a breakup. We don't really care about Central Macedonia, though. The fire rises, brother. We definitely don't want to fight the Rhine for no reason. We're a little bit concerned about the manpower numbers, but not very. Well, we're concerned to the extent that we'd kind of rather not raise levies, but it kind of... We'll probably raise one thing of levies for this war. Trying to think. We have so many subjects at this point. But, you know what we can do is... We can give more people... So our guys are becoming loyal because we have big-ass subjects that are kind of strong. That are... When they're mobilized, they have a lot of stuff. What we're going to do is we're going to come Transylvania. And we're going to enable scutage. So they won't join wars. It does take up a diplomat. But... This is going to make it so that when we mobilize, the fiefdoms don't get as disloyal. And we're annexing Polonia, who will be kind of changed on over to that soon. Are these guys also? No. You need to annex some more vassals. I think our vassals overall aren't that strong. The vassals are the blue ones, the fiefdoms are the purple ones. We want to get Verona too, though. We're getting a big size bonus. We could also actually just spend more on dip. As well. Let's decrease or increase opinion. To import an institution, does it need to be present anywhere in the market or specifically the market center? I think anywhere. It gets imported to the market center, though. Question for a new EU player: how does road building work? Does it matter from which location? No, it does not. It matters where you build from in terms of how long it takes to build, I think. Early game, what's the move with regulars? Do you have balance supported by levies, or is there a technique having all cavalry? I think now it's all cavalry and cannons combined with levies. So you don't have just mono cavalry when you're fighting, but the only regulars you build are cav. Is kind of my opinion on how we do it now. What is our relation change with these guys? From annex to subject, subject modifier, different primary culture. Could actually force them to flip subject, but we will get that a bit faster now. I think we just annex Verona to deal with subject loyalty of vassals, because vassals seem like they're not as caked up, just generally. And these guys should annex pretty quickly. Yeah, we have a lot of percentage modifiers. Although, maybe that's not actually faster. Because we're breaking other people's subject. Yeah. We need to have 125 relations. Yeah, we might have just self-bricked. Because now we're getting a bigger subject opinion modifier. Yeah, I think we just self-bricked. We're going to cancel that. Just kidding. Didn't mean it. Didn't mean it. It's bridge too far. We can't annex 4 subjects at once. Only 3. A bridge too far. Was just kidding. Early game, what's the move with... yeah, we already answered that. And over a wool, I think it was a stone. Yeah, I think you build over the wall. You're not in love with it. You want to maximize proximity, so either wharf, dock, harbor, on the capital. How do I improve my great power score? Great power score so I can reclaim seniority in your PU. Trade capacity is like the easiest thing to actively and intentionally push. That's a part of it, I would say. We have unlimited. We're supposed to be keeping an eye on asking them for money, because we have unlimited favors with them, but it's kind of fine, I think. But maybe let's invite settlers to areas that are underpopulated. We could do this. These underpopulated areas have poor dev, though. It's because people are migrating out of them. I hate randomly losing to another state. It's ass? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think we want to take that. And then just mobilize the levies here. And so we will balance them, and then the formation. I think what we're going to do is we're going to move cavalry to the edges from the center. And then we're going to just restack the center with the extra guys. And a little bit more on the flanks. And this should be fine. Overloaded. Conscript mostly army at that. And Krakow has no dice, so we will get really just a big width compared to them. Yeah, look at this. They're gonna have 3 guys. We are gonna cut through that like butter. Especially now, we have all these infantry guys that are just gonna take like basically no damage. Big fat bonus. You know what? I think what we want to do also is let's check papal bulls. Do we not have enough? Whoa, whoa, whoa. We have 273. Why can't we... What is going on? Is it because there's 2 votes? Curie actions are blocked. Oh, it must be a reform desire thing. I'm not sure exactly. Tooltip's not exactly transparent. Alright, RD power is kind of a dead modifier for us. I think you skipped over the message. Let me write properly. You already have a location in the province of Cole in another city. Is it still worth it to urbanize the location and over the wool? So, we might not have urbanized over... Let's find the location he's talking about. We might not have urbanized over this, but we started with this as a city, and I think when we start with it as a city, and getting something to being a city is a pretty large investment, we don't exactly want to downgrade it, and now we have a bunch of buildings there, so we don't exactly want to downgrade it. And I also, yeah, don't mind getting production bonuses. This is a really small, very small province, and it's our only province with coal, and so I don't necessarily mind getting 2 urban locations that are going to be able to build stuff with coal and build stuff with wool, especially because the weaponry specifically, if we had more coal provinces, we would consider downgrading this a bit more. What's the best way to get HRE authority? It's really cheesy. But you just add a bunch of locations to the HRE after conquering them, and then release a subject, and then you just get a bunch of infinite authority. We're not doing that. Unless that got patched out, but that would just that lets you get like unlimited free authority. We're not doing that because we're just kind of like trying to play it more like fairish, but like honestly like we're also really caked up, so like maybe none of that matters. Like, how far are we from forming Germany here? Oh, really far. Not close at all. Just kidding. We're not as big as we thought we were. We're HRE big, but we're not big. You gotta sit down and shut up. You think you're big, you haven't seen big. Paper workshop, huzzah! So now, I wish it showed a little bit better where you have paper workshops that are built up high. But I do like that it now shows where you are upgrading your paper workshops. So we're going to look where we have paper workshops that are big, and we are going to start upgrading them. We're going to start in the capital and these two locations, I think. Because if I recall correctly, they might have changed it. But it used to be, and I suspect still is, it bricks all the buildings when you're doing this. So we're going to do this. Is it bricking the paper production while we're doing this? Oh, is it not now? Okay. But this is going to be a huge economic bump. This is where we pop off and we get to like 1k money or whatever. Should we build more then? If it's not breaking our building, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't build more. So, we have it, yeah, basically all around. I think that's okay, because then we're going to just start mass exporting paper. And we're getting the books one next, so we have locations around here that we want to upgrade the books on, so that'll be fine for us. It is now cored. This is our last place we're trying to core that has... We want Danu pops. And it's actually kind of going to be in time for us getting that. That's going to be cool. Bologna's coming in. After this, we annex this. Because we do accept a million pops. And so that'll feel pretty good. I just say my crown power in a specific location. Is there a good way to do this? I don't think there's a good way to look at it. If you have a low control, it's going to give you minus 25% in that location. Is there a good way to look at crown power modifiers in a location? See, here's the thing, is the power modifiers, this estate power modifier, it doesn't show crown, like, in the distribution. For the local, but in terms of the local, well, that's an interesting way of doing it math-wise. However many whatever flat power you are getting from your guys, you get the same amount of flat power added to your crown as you do the estates, and then all the percentage modifiers go through. But I don't think, as far as I know, you can't look at it. You just have to, I mean, it's driven primarily by two things. If you have any local crown power modifiers, or if you have control. And so, you just ask yourself, do I have a counting house here, yes or no? Feels like the only reason I built trade as Sweden was to be able to get institutions. I have no good exports. If you create a bunch of fine cloth, you'd probably have kind of okay. Can you export furs? He probably can't export furs right now because he doesn't have enough trade range to hit the places that don't have a lot of furs. And even then, you can only like push it so much. Tips for Korea, I'm 1343, and so far it's been peak comfy. Nope, you just keep vibing and chilling. Korea's like super pushed. You can do a lot of stuff with Korea. They must have nerfed that. I added all of Denmark and got 14 authority or something. Yeah, but just annex Denmark and re-release them. I think it's based on pop. Denmark doesn't exactly have a lot of pop. Do it with Transylvania. Like, all of this, we could have added all of this to the HRE, and then released all of this, and that would have been, like, I think several votes or whatever. Just because, like, Denmark doesn't have a lot of pops. I guess there is actually a lot of pops. Oh, no, that's Poland that has land. Yikes. Man, I have no idea what I'm voting for. Papal Bulls? Yeah, the UI for that is actually just kind of really rough. But it's, you hover this, and then you hover this, and then you hover this, and you see what it gives. Were you talking about comp earlier? It's early 1400s, comp all cav. Yes. Cav and cannons with levies as footmen. That's how I play it. With France, you might play it a little bit different. With France specifically, I'm not sure if you want to play it a little bit different just because you have so much cav. I don't know how much cav you have in terms of density. I think you want to have at least a decent center relative to what you have on the flanks, and you put all your cavalry on the flanks, and I don't know if it's big enough. We fight the past, it fights back. Bohemia, Bulgaria, and France all dislike us. I guess they're the super Catholic ones. Wait, how much are we attritioning? We attrition so much, what the frick? So this is the province we need, but that means we gotta control this here. I think we actually just look for jacking up his army, though. Because he's gonna kick around our subjects, but not if we get some damage on him. We annex Bologna. I'm just gonna drop that guy there. Take a look. Anything we want to do. So this is another example of we could downgrade this. It's also got 60,000 pops. So there being a lot of pops in the location makes you want to kind of keep it at whatever it is. We'll do that. And then Modena we could upgrade. I think that we just bailiff up a couple of these locations and call it. There's a bailiff there already. Oh, we got these guys further to the south. We already had the northern portion. I'm just going crazy. So this we should have done this before we finished annexing them, because it makes the annexing faster, but we're gonna turn that back rural. And this we could have also turned back rural. We don't hate that. I think we're gonna keep it urban now, but... and then Mantua we're gonna annex. Just kidding. We gotta keep a better eye on this. Aquileia. Oh, why'd we subjugate Aquileia? It's gonna take us forever to annex them. No. I'm stupid. God damn it. It's gonna take us forever to annex them. We have minus 400 from recently declared wars. We could release them as a subject. If they're loyal, we could actually just start grabbing their territories, and they will be loyal. That's rough. Milan's starting to get upset with us, starting to get a little bit... yeah, they broke their alliance with us, that explains it. We bridged too far. But now I think we can kind of just go for Milan, and we kind of love it, so... Guess who we're gonna release after we take this territory? It's gonna be Hungary again. How do you move market center? You get to the market, like this tab, and then you right-click to open the market menu, and then you click relocate market. Is it still called Cloud Power if it's a merchant republic? Yes. Playing as Norway, Sweden keeps attacking Hamburg for some reason. Forced me in a war with the Empire. Somehow, can I stop them from doing that? Your overlord's not doing something you like. This might be just welcome to the vibes. Is there a way to impact that I can think of? I don't think you can, to, like, really make your overlord stop attacking someone. If you become leader of the... PU? Or it's not an overlord, it's PU, right? Is there a way to change primary culture? Yeah, but it's generally not very easy. The requirements are kind of hard. But you come to the culture tab, and then what you need to do is, someone who's already accepted, you need to get them to the dominant culture, where you have to do one of these three, and then it's going to be 50 stab, 50 legitimacy. I feel so shit at this game. I got killed twice in my attempts on the Venice run. Venice is not the easiest start. These guys are just still running. Where are you running to, my guy? I mean, we could go siege the war goal, but we don't want them to assault. We don't want to give them an opportunity to assault on Krakow. Where are you retreating to, though? My brother in Christ. What? There's nothing down there in terms of territory you own. I don't understand where he's retreating. Alright, I guess we just go for the... Why is Poland so big? I don't know, Poland just kind of went hard. Poland expanded quite a bit. They were one of the cats that was doing pretty well until we started fighting them. We see him coming back down. We would like a proper battle. I mean, in theory, being able to retreat so quickly is actually just an issue, I think. Because we just one-tapped him and he retreated. And, like, as a player, this is what you do. Like, it's just clearly better to play that way. I don't think we want to meet him on the +2. But we could just do this. Oh, and then he comes and stacks on us. Yeah, fair. This is a +0, so... Since we have a lot of professionals, we just have way more units. Which means we can't bring all of our stats to bear very easily. So... yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna ban someone who just opens with just trying to start political arguments. Because I think I know who that is. Yeah, never chatted before. My rulers keep ruling over their fiefdoms as primary titles, so I can't write that off. Womp womp. Well, Gloria, I didn't hit the code. Here's your cut and then some. Thank you so very much for the 20. Much appreciated, my guy. Trying to adult me too, bro. Thank you, thank you. So, this battle... We're trying to get a better feel for some of the battle stuff as well. Killing two... One of the problems is, like, the paradox rounding. really makes it hard to verify or really check how modifiers are stacking, because it's always like 0, 1, or 2 or something like this. I was like, Jesus, man. Mahmoud sends his regards. Yeah, something like that. I know who that was. Let's see. I think we want to come on up. How do you get prestige? I'm getting negative monthly because of Western Schism and I'm stuck at 0. So you can unlock the slider with Renaissance. There's a tech that unlocks it. Can invest in culture, which unlocks the prestige slider for you. But also, thank you for the Tyrol, thank you for the follow, big nice. But also, you can get a lot from humiliating people. Yeah. So, Regency ending and becoming leader of 4 location fiefdom versus kingdom level title isn't intended. I'm not sure what you're referring to. What do I need to improve cultural opinion with vassals? I did it with Scania and Danish, but I can't do it for Teutons. It depends on the fiefdom. I think you can do it with people even if they're fiefdom. I'm not 100% sure, but it's a 50-year cooldown. So, I played Holland and I got destroyed by France. Womp womp. Yeah, I would recommend improving relations with France and England on the open. As Holland, just generally speaking. Especially because in the latest patch, they actually made the AI quite a bit more aggressive. And so, like, they kind of get after it a little bit more. One of our better cabinet members, we could take 10 legitimacy. That's kind of expensive. What is this guy doing right now in our cabinet? Specifically, actually, we want someone better for the Diplo rep. Oh, baby, that guy's sick. And then this guy, he's changing societal values, but he's got 60. He doesn't really have a lot for what we're using him for, so we're just gonna, yeah, we're gonna kick him out. And then Poland's being annoying. Yeah, we're not gonna forget that we wanted to appoint someone else. We don't mind if they die relatively soon, so we'll just appoint her. Or him, he's relatively old. We're pushing 0.25 towards Humanist. We're also pushing towards Belligerent. We hates it. I don't think we have another thing we could take that would push us towards conciliatory so that we can lock in our trend. We're gonna double check. Like, we didn't take that belligerent one. So we would be more locked in. SCAC, thank you for the follow, big nice. What should I get? What year should I get Renaissance in Holland? It's 1362 and it doesn't move out of Italy. You have to try and import stuff from Italy in order to force it. So importing furniture and marble from Genoa is probably the way to do it, I think. Hardest is getting out of the mindset of EU4 expansion. Yeah. Expanding isn't necessarily super good. All my homies spam handgunners, not cav. Handgunners was kind of okay. I mean, I think cav is just, like, a lot better now. Am I crazy, or how can I, ship my men from Naples to Sardinia? I have ships, but how can I do that mechanically? You need to just put them outside on the coast, and then move the army onto that, and then move the ship. Fiefdoms share leaders. When I took the power, it made me leader of Paris instead of queen in England, meaning I can't marry anyone because your leader isn't in your country. Oh, that's like not WoD. That's like a bug I've encountered before, but that's not WoD. I don't think that's the way they want it to be. We're gonna stay in our subject's territory here so that we actually get to recover, but we're gonna head on over towards the war goal. Our plan setting up a keybind to embark. The place Navy merged ships and Army merged in one province. Press embark button. It will work as long as there's enough transport capacity. Yeah, usually I just use the like right click, but you could also use embark. Have you noticed a performance degrade after a couple hours that only seems to reset after restart? Yeah, it's a memory leak. Kind of noticed it, but... Or I've heard people talking about it. I guess I haven't like been like, man, there's a huge memory leak, but... We have noticed the game feels a little bit sluggish. It's kind of like bad for streams, because restarting a game is like kind of not the best for streaming. I think we want to have a shorter stream today, though, because we want to record a couple of videos. It's hard to do both. I think we want to get at least 10 years, though. We haven't even gotten 10 years. Where's all the war? These are the people participating in the war. God bless our subject up here. Doing work. Yeah, Bologna stopped me out with arms in 1391. Didn't know I needed to get professional troops online so fast. Womp womp. Basically. The AI is a lot more aggressive than they were like a week ago. I'm Valdir. Thank you for the follow, Big Dice. So they upped the AI aggression. Which isn't always necessarily good for the AI, but... Yeah. We're actually just gonna look in locations that aren't currently getting built for a relatively tall. We're currently really building out the paper. We don't want to just, wherever we're building paper, build it, so we're just gonna... Because we don't have... When these paper places finishes, we won't have qualifications for all this anyways. Here we have paper. Well, we're gonna upgrade the paper, I guess, because that's already there. But maybe should have had books. We could have added books there, I guess. Let's do that there as well. Just getting some work done. I think this has enough men in it by now, from a siege perspective. I forget how we check how many soldiers are in there. Is it in the military? Yeah, 10? Really? They're not gonna... So they could just assault it super easy. Jeez. Is this good for them? They attacked on us. I assume this is good for them. Yeah, this is good for them. Okay. Do you guys know why all my burgers privately export all your lumber? Because they like money, yeah. That's the unfortunate thing. Do you think they could add some kind of grading color scheme to pop, building map, and whatnot? Building map? Like, available pops for buildings? Map mode. This is like on a gradient. I don't know what you're looking for exactly though. Am I playing too fast if I get to 1444 in 2 hours? Probably. Or just kind of loose. I don't know. I would say you're probably playing loose. What's the... It wasn't even with a bonus. Oh, regulars are so booty, dude. We have like so many more units than them, but they're regulars. And so like... The actual, just the even amount of troops is like... They beat us with an even amount of troops on a +1. I mean, Poland gets, like, has more military bonuses than us, but we have so many more units than them, but it's just, like, regulars just suck balls. They're just so bad. Like, in general. Like, it feels like levies are just actually better. To be fair, our cavalry's not upgraded, just our infantry, and I think the infantry are worse than the cav for, like, the first 4 ages, so, like, I guess that's, like, a vibe, too. Now we have more guys. So we're gonna look to catch them in rotation. See, but yeah, we have way more units because we have regulars, and the regulars are 400 unit stacks. And the levies are 1k. So the thing is, he gets to get all of his combat he gets to get all of his stats engaged, and we don't because of combat width, even though we have way more units. Or because we have way more units. So see, now to be fair, he's a little bit slower to get up on the engagement, but and he just runs, yeah. Which, I mean, this makes sense. Probably shouldn't be able to retreat that quickly, but in terms of, like, if he's like, oh yeah, I for sure lose this, then you should just retreat. Can we catch him again here? Just retreats instantly. God, obnoxious. We could chase him around, but I mean, this is a 0, so it shouldn't make a difference. If he retreats immediately again. Alright, he takes the battle. Yeah, now he's getting crushed. I wonder, I think that if they want to get to a specific location, I think that's when they retreat, not like, oh, I lose this, so I retreat. And if they were like that, I lose, so I retreat, it would be really, really annoying. In Renaissance era, what should your regiments be made of? A handgunner, a cav, or something like that? I get infantry from the... All my regulars are like cavalry, and they're like half cavalry, half cannons. And I'm not trying to maximize regulars and view regulars more as utility. Because regulars like really just get slapped by levies. And even here, we have like 2 or 3 times as many units as they do. Right? In here. And we still, like... We hover and see the number of units. I mean, I don't want to count. But, like, we have 2 to 3 times as many. But a lot of ours are these 400 stack units, and a lot of his are these 1k stack units, because they're all peasant levies, so they're all levies. And so it just means he gets to bring a lot more stats onto the field. And so, like, you trying to do a mostly regular army, like, the regular army per soldier is going to perform badly once you have the width fully occupied. And so you want to build regulars so that you saturate width, but then building more regulars past your width saturation is, like, kind of medium-ish. You know what I mean? Like, once you have enough to fully saturate this front line, when you build more regulars, they will spend a lot of time just sitting in the back line. Sweden has 20% infantry power. Would you pick the handgunners? Oh, that's a decent question. I think cavalry is still better than the infantry power, but handgunners are probably... I mean, they're contextually a lot better for Sweden, yeah. Just smash that like button. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Generals, thank you so much for the e-content. Very entertaining to watch. Good source of knowledge. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's keep this battle going in the background. I still don't know how to play the game, and the AI is doing better at eco, but it's part of the game. Yeah, you'll learn, you'll learn. Please annex Tyrol. We will eventually, but we just can't give much control to Tyrol. There's no tax-based map mode on the workshop, but a river map mode? There's tax-based. Wait, what do you mean? Bro, this is vanilla. There's... Oh, max tax base. You're right. Or potential tax base, yeah. It's potential tax base with or without market access is the real question. But yeah, especially in high dice bonus territories, regulars also suffer just way more in general, because these will have less combat width, and so the threshold at which you have most of your units in reserves is much sooner. Do you have Portugal EU5 playthrough planned? I do not. I do not. I think it's very similar to Castile, and a lot of the ideas I talk about in the Castile one would apply for Portugal, other than you have a rougher start. Thought you were supposed to phase out levies. It changes in later eras, because every era, the size of the unit doubles. So next era, in Age 4, the size of the units will be 800. And then that's almost the size of a levy, and at that point, in Age 4, they get better. That is going to be around 1550, yeah. But, like, for half the game, regulars are really booty. When I try and siege a city, the army briefly starts the siege and aborts it after the first tick. Going back to the tile it came from, what's going on there? Oh, I don't know. Sweden gets 5% discipline. Isn't the discipline a little bit late for them? They do get it, though. I think it's in the late ages. So it shouldn't be affecting him right now. Oh, will that... Do we just need to take this? I thought we needed to take this because the fort would swap it over. Sponsor a university, yes, yes, yes. We've been waiting for these. I've been waiting for you. We're gonna change our societal value on innovative now instead of humanist. I don't think we're we do backslide towards spiritualist. We still need more humanist trend somewhere. I don't know where we're supposed to get that. But now, we were stuck at like plus whatever, and we can push way, way further because the sponsor university gives plus 0.2. And so we can add plus 0.49 total, allowing us to push innovative way further than normal. And this allows us to get like, during this parliament, we'll get 6 or 7 towards innovative. So it was nice. Support for capital economy, also nice. We don't mind clicking serfdom, but we'll click... Actually, let's click serfdom. And then support. Adapt to humanist. We want to move towards humanist, just in general, because we want to convert culture faster. But now I don't think we need to click any more buttons. We don't want noble electorate. I think we'll just take additional taxes because we're not wanting for CVs. We could do this, let this pass for a university being built and plus 7 stab, but a university is not worth that much to us. What we're here for is the 0.5 trend. Sorry, it gives 0.5 here, so now we're getting 0.69 on top of what our normal trend was, and that's why we're doing 1.17. I'm struggling with my values. Are there some which are generally good, bad, or does it all depend on the situation? There are some that are generally good, bad. I have a tier list for it coming out, I think 2 days? Or it might be tomorrow. When will you release the depth trade video? It's a huge bottleneck for you. So for the official tutorial for Econ, which is gonna release sometime soon, I think, I wrote the script for that. The initial script, which was then edited. And so most of my thoughts on trade, as it relates to like a beginner context, are going to be in the official video. Age 1, you get it instantly, the discipline? Yeah. Sweden gets such good bonuses. Hey, they're silly. So now, we were assimilating area. Let's show the area map mode. On Styria, now, all of that is assimilated. So we're going to swap to Transdanubia, which is why we're integrating this guy exactly, or why we've tried to make sure that we're controlling all that. Because assimilate area, if we are controlling it, is going to assimilate in the entire area. Shocker. And we want to core these places, but we need to assimilate to core them. Also, that's why we're pushing humanist right now as well. Because we're getting a malice from spiritualist, and we'd rather not be getting a malice. But let's come in and also from the capital try and make sure if there are roads we can build, we do build them. What the frick? That is not the fastest road there. So let's take a look at this map mode. What? Wait, what? Okay. So this is going to really increase our control in these areas. And we've been working on getting it so that the roads are easier to build here. So that will hopefully be good enough for us. Let's skip focus back on this. You have basic tips for Hungary multiplayer build, like strong setup and gameplay. You got to focus on infrastructure a lot. On Hungary, I don't think there's anything for Hungary specific, other than you really want to make sure you can export your gold and silver. What's the way to optimize professional use in the 1400s? I tried full pro army and frontage was brutal. Yeah, I think you don't. I think you just look at them as like an accessory. I think you generally prefer cavalry on the flanks and infantry in the center, and since your levies are so much more infantry than cav, I think you're supposed to build cav, and then you don't get levy cannons. Cannons are useful for sieging, so I think you build cannons, and so I think you build cavalry and cannons, and then you recognize that, like, the lion's share of the combat ability is coming from the levies, right? Which you might not like it, but that's what peak looks like. Not too many disloyals, though. That's good for us. That's good. That's good. Did we start annexing Mantua yet? No, we couldn't because they weren't loyal enough. That's right. So we're annexing 2, Trieste, and... yeah, we're gonna try and annex our way towards the coast to some extent. We thought about culture converting Croatia. Maybe that's no good. If we're annexing Croatia, like, next-ish, maybe we could culture convert one of these other guys. That we force them to Danube Bavarian. Maybe we do that with these guys. You will go enforce culture, which makes you super disloyal. Fine. But they will convert to the Danube Bavarian. So we will have an easier time. We're assimilating over here, and then our subjects are assimilating on the other side. So it effectively puts more cabinet actions on the assimilation plan. And I think Box, if we look at the area, we can... they're going to assimilate this area for us, and so ideally we should have planned this out better, where we're thinking that we put all of our subjects that we're going to culture convert in one area, and then all the ones that we're not in another area. We convert the area that we don't get assimilated culture, and they convert the area where we do, but a little bit not the best planning ahead on that. I think it's okay. I've been staring at the map 2 hours, not sure what to do. Watch some guys, but I feel that I'm lost. I'm going to release everything we do before we unpause thing. 14k in the bank? Yeah, dog. We're just chilling. 14k? Wait, you're behind on the stream a little bit, I think. Oh, we just spent a bunch on roads. Yeah, fair. And the reason we're spending a whole bunch on roads is so that the control is higher, so that we assimilate faster. And then once we assimilate, all of these will become cores, and we'll get even more control, another plus 15 control. So all this territory will be a lot more useful to us. I think we don't hate shipwright contracts. We don't care about giving it out, but I think we also prefer the nobility satisfaction. So we just take the nobility satisfaction. Let's do this, and this. Not the one we wanted. Not quite my tempo. Actually, I think we can just liberate subjects. We don't necessarily really need this territory. I think we can just liberate a bunch of HRE guys. Okay, well, that I guess is that section. We just want to generate more HRE stuff, so... We're... Actually, I think... Do we leave them with a little bit for Imperial Ban? I think we don't. I think we just take this. But I think actually we take like this to feed it to our subject. Yeah, yeah. Now let's see who gets really pissed at this. Padua. Are they our subject at this point? I thought we subjugated them. Did we not? Alright, we'll do that. And... is that all the HRE land? No, this is also needing to go. So we could do this in order to make sure that we have some stuff. And then I actually think that the market, there should be a market up here somewhere. And I don't know if it's on the dies. I think it maybe you want it a little bit inland. But we're considering just taking one little piece of territory there for ourselves. The problem is if we take this and then we take this, they'll really... Oh, they don't hate it. They're into it. They're into that type of thing, even though it cuts them off from ever pushing control that way. It's crazy. Wait, what's this? Do we want to do anything weird with Lumberg? I think we like the bigger members because this doesn't require as many diplomats to manage for us. See, Milan and Hungary threw me. That was our doing. That was our fault. We did that. So as France, I'm supposed to manually integrate 40 subjects? Nope, you automatically integrate a whole bunch of the appanages. And also, they fight each other. So when they fight each other, they get bigger on their own. Your heirs, 100, 170. Good luck with the hunting accident. Godspeed. You'll be missed. He'll be missed. So, we could grab slightly inland. We want it, so we want it on a river. This would be require the least clicks for us. I think we might just want it in the beeswax location, though. Hanseatic League is mad, and Scion is mad. Can't really improve much with them at this point. Let's try and refund some diplomats. We don't have to worry about our alliances, though, so... we could kind of do our peace deals when we want to. I think we want to get humiliation and some other stuff in, though. And also take some more land than this. Do they get pissed if we do this? What about this? I should get pissed. I think we'll go for this. They should get pissed. They don't, but they should. They should be like, no, because here's their control map mode. If we take this, they just completely lose everything. Wowza, we're taking like kind of a decent damage there. Humiliates 21. Exemption from sound tolls in Poland. They control the sound toll. We could go for the sound toll province, to be fair. Is there another market up here? It's Lubeck. I mean, I think we actually would like to own the sound toll location, so I think we'll do this as our peace deal. And we'll just look for a little bit more war score first. What are we looking like? We're ticking, we have a bit from battles, not a ton from battles. I think we can, yeah, let's just try and clip some of the, like, straggler guys we have here. And, like, nuclear enthusiasm. And also prevents them from, like, linking up. And then we'll just go for some of these, like, low-hanging, full-occupy the provinces just by grabbing, you know, the flag here. And I think we get in there kind of quick. Bohemia? Sure. Royal marriage, of course. Ah, someone took... No, they took that because there's a fort next to it, so we actually have to just stand on it, straight up. Einvaldir, thank you for... Oh, different person followed. Your good air died while you were running away from the squirrel tripping? Good, basically. Hey Grass, how's it going? Is there any use in getting sponsoring artists? No, artists are kind of ass. They're just generally kind of bad. It makes it a little bit easier to maintain high prestige. That's kind of like the thing. And it's like pretty bad. Hey, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Much appreciated, my guy. Can you do anything with a very dumb, useless ruler? Yeah, you can put him on a boat and sail that boat to the horizon. Is kind of how you approach that. Oh no, they're gonna assault that. Why don't they assault that? The AI has been so good about that. They should assault that. There's only 10 guys there. I guess we'll take them out. But yeah, you just send them off. Also making him the general, losing battles, putting him on a 1-unit stack, this type of thing, is a good way to kill him. I can't get more than 12.5 favors with England as a Castile. Any tips? Yeah, you have to become allies. To generate a lot more. Or you could get more Diplo rep, but the amount of favors you can get is throttled by... The max amount of favors you can get is equal to your Diplo rep, and that's favors that both you have and they have. So when you do this to increase favors, they're getting 0.25 and we're getting 0.39. Those two combined, the maximum is this, unless we're allies. So generally speaking, you have to go for allies, this type of thing. Also, or the other thing is... you can send gifts, and this will generate favors. So this is kind of the other way. So you would go for 7.5 favors and ducats, and then make them break the alliance, if that's what you're trying to get. Is the alliance break? Let's grab this, and then get the complete... Get the war goal. So we just have to stand here to get the war goal. And we have to stand here to not lose the location. Yeah, we have to stand on this for the fort to not convert the location. So we'll stand on top of the fort, and then we'll get the things. What if she marries a noble? Then she stays in the family, but I think their kids are just the nobles' stuff. Will just be the nobles' thing. Maybe not. We're not going to remember to check this, but I'm curious if her kids will be crown characters. I think they won't be. I think maybe if we marry Lowborn they would be. I'm not sure. So there's the extra we wanted. Can we get a humiliation? Oh, we can't. Womp, womp. We could maybe assault this fort, but these guys are almost done with that fort, so maybe we could do something where we just like wait a little while longer. I think we're just supposed to actually peace out though now. Just toot it and boot it. Oh, okay, there they got the fort. So when the fort finishes grabbing the locations... Or that's not even the capital of the province? That's crazy work, dude. They're trying to take the war goal back, we're trying to not let them. Right, now we can get the humiliate. They can't really give us that much money. We could go for the war reps, but the humiliate gives us 6 prestige. So I think that's what we go with. And then we'll take that down. We'll send these guys back. And that's with a mostly regular army. The regulars are just so weak relative to their, like, just the actual number of regulars. It's like they're weak, which feels so bad. Let's just double check that there aren't somehow releasables. Yeah, there aren't. Okay. We released it Volgas. They should be, like, from the ashes. I think maybe we can get control of this. So we're going to take a look at where our modifier looks like. 39 for the vassals and 43. So we'll release this as a vassal. Oh, we fucked up. I wanted to keep this. I wanted to keep that. We could load, but I guess I don't care that much. We could load the game. I just don't care enough. Because we wanted to do this. We'll take a location from them next time and then take that at some point. This we do want to integrate, though, at some point. Also, we need to switch this to... Actually, what's your military? There we go. We'll integrate with you for now. So now we make money from the sound toll. Probably not a lot. It's part of our trade income, I believe. I'm just kidding. We'll need to wait a month. But this market's going to be so much better for this guy. This guy has such a useless market up here, and this is going to help him out. France owns London? Yeah, London has fallen. London has fallen. Can you show the control map mode? I'm playing solo. PLC. Can I show the control map mode for Poland? This is Poland. But we took this so that Poland's going to have a bit more of a hard time. So, their max control here is going to be significantly lower. That's why we took this, like, hanging. It's decreasing their proximity here by, like, 30%. Because they don't control that. Or did you mean our map mode? This is our map mode. That is dumb. Do I need a road in every province? You kind of want to get a road in every province. Is this map mode more performant? Oh, I don't know. The flat map is better, though. Something, something, Danzig or war. How did Livonia form? I think it starts out as a subject of the Teutonic Order. I don't know how they broke free, but they start out formed, if I recall correctly. 9 gag. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Do you start in 1416? No, this is a continuation from a previous stream game. So this is a continuation. Do we have a... We should have... Yes, yes! Can we Kosibi Pavia? We can. We can Kosibi Pavia. Let's look at our current map mode for this. Mason, we can improve with. And then let's start annexing another subject if we can. We're almost collected all the Dragon Balls. We would just need to make heavy ships, which we're not... We don't have any heavy ships. We would need to have a lot more heavy ships. Verona... we don't have much in the way of Verona's culture, actually. They're the biggest one of that culture anyways. Oh, are they not? We could annex them and... No, we have to wait to annex them if we want to use increased opinion. Oh, I saw they for the follow, big nice. I think we're gonna start just peeling stuff off of them. Where's Seized Territory? Seize this. This is how we're gonna get most of the good stuff off of Aquileia. We wanted to grab the Mercury location, so we grabbed it. Oh, I think we have claims on Venice, though. So maybe that's our next war. We can insult them. And then probably subjugate Pisa and or Florence. And pick between the two how we want to handle this. We'd love to wipe out Ulm. Are they a one location minor? They are. So we'd love to just feed Ulm to someone else. We did want to annex one more person though. So Tyrol's not ready to be annexed. They said stranger danger. But Tyrol would allow us to annex this guy. This guy is a subject of Tyrol. And we want to annex that guy, so I guess we're gonna annex Tyrol here. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can do subject, market access preference. Yep. Excuse me. And then we start annexing Tyrol. And then we'll want to improve relations with this other guy. Although, he has to be subject of us for, I think, 10 years anyways, so... Not exactly a rush. And then we're gonna look through Tyrol's territory at stuff we maybe would want to de-urbanize. Yeah, this we don't need to... Because they generally have really low pop, and so for most of their locations we actually don't want them urbanized, so we're just gonna trash all their stuff, which is gonna make them get annexed faster. But, like, we just want the resources. Like, there's not enough pops there to make that worth it. Like, this is maybe the one exception, is the salt place here. Is probably the only exception, which incidentally is going to be, like, yeah, it's just because it's got 30k pops, it's, like, kind of reasonable. But, like, none of these other urban locations are reasonable for Tyrol. So it should be a relatively quick annexation, too, because they're really small. And this guy's coming in. Does this location, do we have no books or paper here? I think we're gonna add books there then. We have no books or paper here, I think we're gonna add books then. Because books I don't think have, like, a production efficiency. Like, the only thing you can get it from is wood and, dyes. But I guess we have wood in this place, so yeah, let's max out books in those two. Get some books going. We don't want incompetent diplomats. I think it hurts our Diplo rep. They still new to EU, only played Hoi 4 and Vicky 4 looking like or Vicky looking like you might get this or not. Do you, yeah, I think if you enjoy Vicky's economy, this is like a little bit more of a city builder version of it. Where you're choosing places to urbanize and you care about resources and this type of thing. I have a review of it. I'd recommend checking out my review. I was trying to play in Poland last night, and AI recommended a road out of my territory to connect Krakow and Poison. Well, if you go out of your territory, roads to the market are valuable. You have much more control in Austria than I do as playing PLC. I built roads everywhere, but the distances to Krakow to Vilnius and Kiev are simply too big. So you have kind of issues in terms of terrain. Do you have a river? You have a river. We also have paved roads, but something we've also done here is we've gone out of our way to urbanize all of this on the river to build pound-lock canals all the way through, which give 5% reduction, and this is also relatively low friction on the river. So this is why we're pushing, like, our ability, if you look like how much we're pushing in this direction, it's like not far. It like gets to 36 here. But you have to come all the way over here to get to like 36. You're traveling through so many more locations. And also here, this is moving downriver. As Poland, I do think Krakow, let's take a look at the river. I'm not sure what direction this river's flowing in here, but this would be kind of your best bet in getting there. But talking about Kiev instead of Halich, that's like, yeah, I don't know if you have it downriver. I think Kiev is upriver, so like on this river, you actually get a decent amount of propagation. I don't know about this one and this one though. Keep upgrading my wool, but there's always demand in the market despite there being no weaveries. Is it just being sold profit? Any ideas? I'm in the Bruges market. Almost certainly Flanders is using a lot. You have to check. You can check in the market, yeah, and then type in wool. And then take a look here and see who's using it. It's not just you in the market. What's the difference to armory and training fields? Which one should I be building? Training fields are only in rural areas. Armories are only in urban areas. Printing press hasn't appeared so far. Womp womp. You need someone. Someone has to be. Often it has to be. Someone has to be a certain amount towards innovative and have a university and etc. What you can do is for the institutions, you there's be a percent value here. You cover it and it'll tell you the requirements, but it's like someone has to be 20 towards innovative and have a certain number of burgers and books all in this thing, and you just don't have that anywhere. Oh, printing press hasn't spawned. Is that the next stage? That's Age of Discovery. Yeah. For printing press, you do need like those are the requirements. Yeah. So you might have to push innovative yourself. That might be a I'll do it myself meme. Got about 8K bank. Do want to get this annexed. Kind of set some things up. Also, annexation on here is coming in kind of quick. Do we have another annexation lined up? I guess this guy, once the relations are better. Oh no, wait, we are annexing this guy currently, right? We started? Yeah, we did. He's much smaller, and we have the cultural advantage. We have the high ground. It'll take a while because he has a lot of locations, but it's fine. We can annex like 4, but we're not going to do anything here. Our subjects should overrun them. So here, we could have taken a look at downgrading some stuff, but now we have like this river that we're going along. Yeah, that we want to urbanize. Like it's kind of urbanized already. So we probably have pretty good economic opportunities here. We're in 2 markets, kind of a weird divide. But now we have a bunch of locations in this market. Don't have really good production bonuses on this side of things. These guys, I don't think are in the silver. No, they're not in the silver. location. We do have masonry at minus 30%. Yeah, this is the thing that like feels bad about Hungary is like we don't have many bonuses. Yeah, we already have the 30%. We already have this built out. Feels like you don't get production bonuses that good a rate. We would if we had lumber. Maybe we just build up the civilian infrastructure and call it something like this. Is promote urbanization a no-brainer? Seems so. I like getting a free town. I mean, it doesn't scale super well. Like, when 300 gold is inconsequential, it's bad, but it's really good early. I'm at 58 inno, and I got a uni, but I guess the rest I don't have. Thanks, though. You're welcome. Yeah. Vistula is going to north. Dinister is going to Halich. You should get a lot on this. How do you feel about Momdani winning? This is someone who's not chatted. Yeah. 1 subscriber, brand new, not a new account, joined 18 years ago. What the hell? But I think I know who this is. The person who's been ban evading and just enters and tries to start a political argument. So, if you are not, feel free to contact me on Discord. I'm just gonna ban you. I'm happy with the winning, but I'm still gonna ban you. There's someone who always starts to enter and start political arguments on the stream very deliberately. And I've banned him over 20 times, and I think that's him, so. We can maybe start upgrading these to cities, to be honest. Does EU5 have some kind of system, like a journal or something, like special flavor for a country? You can kind of get a little bit if you go, like, the world map and you look at content. You can kind of see some of this stuff. And you can see how many dynamic historical events you have, but it's, like, it's difficult to, like, see what triggers the event of this type of thing. Why does vassal versus fiefdom doesn't matter? It matters a little bit. I forget, there's some contexts where who rules the nation is relevant, and you are going to be the ruler of the fiefdoms. So I think it matters there. Hey, Vijay Yanagar, doing well, popping off. More income than us. So that will matter in some spots, and then you will have 2 separate pools for loyalty of power versus overlord. So you want to have like half and half. And then fiefdoms specifically integrate locations much faster. So if you're making a custom subject and you're feeding them a bunch of locations, like something like this, where they have to integrate these locations, fiefdoms are slightly better because they're faster at it. What do you suggest to the Eastern Roman Empire to kickstart the economy the first 20 years? Don't be afraid to mint. But I haven't played the Byzantines since they changed stuff, so I don't really know exactly. I remember thinking people were playing slow. I started a game myself, 7 hours, and I'm at 1350. Yeah, but that's like your first game. Although we only like 10 hours and a couple. We've played a few hours and we've only gotten 10 years in. But to be fair, we're trying to answer questions and stuff. Hell yeah, political arguments. I prefer debate. Who's the rightful monarch of France? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind a good faith political argument, but if a regular wants to engage in, like, some sort of political discussion, that's kind of fine. But also, the first week of release, I'm kind of not into that as well. Like, I just would rather focus on the game. So. There ends my run. I've tried to snatch Sardinia from Aragon. But they're allied with someone that's part of the 100 Years' War, and England cracked me down. Womp womp. Got the smackdown, the beatdown. Got the done clapped. I'm a little surprised masonry is not expensive. I guess we're not building in that many different locations. We're building a ton of... We have an enormous queue, but it's in a small number of locations. Let's actually see about civilian infrastructure here. And we're gonna cancel this. I'm not sure that there's any proximity on the other side of that. I guess there is. Okay, okay. Gonna see if any subjects need some of this. It's generally kind of like a little combing for the things type of thing. I'm not sure that we are getting proximity this deep, but we're gonna build... Oh, we are. We are. In that case, yeah, we do want the bridges. We want all the bridges. There we go. I don't think we're getting proximity this far. Kind of are. Let's just build the bridges, because eventually we'll get it that far, I suppose. Make sure that everywhere has a temple for more control. And then kind of into making sure... We're just going to shift click, and then actually we're going to add as well. Especially with the upgrade to a lot of things with manufactories, we're really going to value the ability to promote guys faster. And the library's pretty efficient for that, so build a lot of libraries around. And then generally on the outskirts of the market, it is going to be... that's going to be one of the better places to put this. And so we're going to put... And trade capacity in this market's actually really nice, because we have a bunch of gold and silver, so them trading out the gold and silver is going to be pretty solid for that. We probably need to consider building more bailiffs down here. We could build a bailiff on the pearls. I think that they're not getting any access, so that's probably okay. I think we punted building some of this type of stuff, and now it's cheap. We punted the decision making on it, so... We're just cross-referencing with how much proximity we're getting here, and it's not a lot, and so areas where we have a decent resource thing and it's not a lot of proximity, we'll maybe throw down a bailiff. We know that we're going to annex Tyrol soon, and so Tyrol we could actually do the same thing, because we don't mind them making more money while we're annexing them, that's kind of fine. And so we'll put down... bailiffs, because they also have just awful proximity, or will. So we'll do that. I know we already built some bailiffs down there, but that should be fine. And we're going to put one on the Mercury too, which we had seized, stolen. That should be okay, and now we're like not really making that much money. Would OU say Russia is formidable in this game, or did Para check it out? I'm not sure what you're asking me. Would OU say Russia is a formidable, or did Para check it out? I don't understand your question. Would you move Serbia's capital at the start since it's surrounded by mountains, and if so, where would you move it? The problem is you're moving it from a place with a bunch of mountains to another place with a bunch of mountains. There's kind of a little bit of a clearing in here, and so maybe in there, in some place... kind of closest to some silver, like this wheat is like located between a bunch of silver, and maybe you want it on a farmland, so maybe over here or something like that. I don't know. You're also wouldn't mind being close to the river. Somewhere in here maybe. It's kind of a little bit of a clearing. You can kind of do this. I think it's important to move the Ragusa market over here, whatever you do, like onto your capital, so that will be like something you focus on and care about. Well, I just tried playing Southern Court Japan. The one not backed by the Shogun went pretty well, and I had to declare on the other emperor to end the starting situation. You end at war with the Shogun, his ally, and you lose all food access, and everyone in your army starves, even though I can beat his levies no problem. Did you play the region? Have any tips? The Japan... I played in the region, and I got a bugged version of the Japan content, which was very frustrating. And I generally think that, like, the Japan content maybe is, like, not fully polished, and so I would kind of recommend not playing in the region as much. But you could play the other court version, I guess. I think you're not supposed to try and end the situation. I think you're supposed to get to Sengoku Jidai. What did we do to Hungary? We annexed it. Yeah. Hey, Twitch guy, Sardinia is my swamp. My swamp. So, the people who genuinely believe Asturias is the rightful claim of throne of HRE are absolutely delusional. Luxembourg's. Can you show the culture map of your country? Yes. Hey, we annexed Trieste. So here's the culture map. Starting to convert the Hungarians, already convert Slovenes and this type of stuff. Does maritime presence boost proximity cost through sea? It reduces it to a floor of 5 at the absolute minimum before other modifiers in percentage. How do you usually handle commoner taxation? You want to tax them much. Ahapixir. Ahapixir? I'm not sure how to pronounce the name. Thank you for the 13 USD. Much appreciated, my guy. Your map mode keybinds are goated with the sauce. You're very welcome. I think I tried to release what I thought was the most useful thing for people starting out, and I actually do think it's actually keybinding everything. Like, I literally cannot imagine playing without all this. Wait, where's Tarkus's comment? Responding to Tarkus, but I don't even see his comment. What? I'm confused. Okay. How do you get rid of great offices of the Crown of France privilege? I thought if you annex all the appanages, there would be an event, but I'm still stuck with it. I don't think I got rid of it in either any of my France playthroughs. Or if I did, I think it's just an event you get later. Not something you actively can exhibit agency towards. Giving roughly a third of my income from peasants? Yeah. So there's a little bit of a tension where you want to have enough satisfaction to max tax and have this above 50%, but also you kind of... Serfdom is really valuable if you can go for it, because the... Sorry, serfdom is, because it gives you peasant max tax, and so if you really want to min-max peasant stuff, it's a bit of a tension to try and figure out how to get the maximum tax on them, as you can, while simultaneously keeping them satisfied, and maybe you don't even keep them satisfied. You know what I mean? Do you automate trade? Mostly. I automate trade, and then I put in some small routes. So it makes sense to put cavalry on flanks, and then the gooners in the middle, but where do I put the cannons? Cannons go kind of... wherever. Cannons are just kind of bad in combat. Is there anything like mapping in the game? Yes, there is. Let's take a look. So, speaking of pottery, maybe we have some pottery to show? Yeah, the pottery is going to have extra production efficiency. Now this is an output bonus by virtue of having clay in the same province, so very important. What should I be my aim for the game? Without journals, I feel lost. You could play a country... I would recommend playing a country that has some scaffolding by virtue of having a situation, so I'd recommend playing a country in Italy and go for a unifying Italy, or playing like the Ottomans and going for playing through their situation, which kind of gives you scaffolding for what to focus on. Do you think Paradox will add infrastructure proximity bonuses to lakes? You could already build canals next to lakes, which is 5% proximity, so they are valuable in that way. And I think you can build bridges next to lakes too, but I'm not sure. Big 3 goal to building your economy. CK was... I still... to be honest, I still kind of care about building the economy. I care about this number go up. Chad has another stupid question. Are there stupid water bridges you mean you could cross? Are the stupid water bridges mean you can cross? Wait, what? I'm not sure I understand the question, but the bridge gives you 5% proximity reduction, and it can only be built on roads where there is a river, so you're going to be throttled by, like, rivers. Rivers can give you up to 10% proximity cost reduction, which is what we're getting here with both a padlock canal and a bridge. What's your long-term goals or strategy here to prosper as Austria? I mean, I think we're just trying to play relatively tight and explain decision-making process and trying to just get value, for the most part. But in terms of... That's in terms of goal. General strategy on Austria is that you kind of have like rough terrain, and so something we've been focused on that is maybe a little bit less the case in other nations is we have this line going through the river of ability to push more proximity that's being generated by just a row of pound-lock canals. I think that solving the infrastructure is just generally like a big challenge for Austria. I think that you do want to try and figure out how to attack Hungary relatively early, because you're kind of, you want to make a new market. Actually, the biggest thing is you want to make a new market. And then once you make a new market, the area that would be really useful to you, because it's high control, high market access, is Hungarian lands. And same with Bohemian lands, but Bohemia is harder to fight early, and so you kind of have to try and play, I think, small ball until you're considerably stronger than these guys, and then you go after these guys, and this is kind of, I think, the approach, just generally. Lucius Julius, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Yeah, first thing I did was switch to your keybinds. It's so nice. Yeah. Like, the generic keybinds are, like... I don't know. I don't like them at all. How do you make a town? I can't find the button for the live view. Hey, Elia, how's it going? So, this button here. Or sorry. If you click this. We'll add that to our FAQ, I think. How is Tarkus chatting and I can't see his chat? What the hell is going on? What? I'm so confused. Does colonizing Colombia, Peru, and Mexico give you as much wealth as EU4? I don't know how much it gives you in EU4, so it's hard to say. I would say that Colombia and Peru have really good resources. What army composition do you recommend? Well, right now, initiative seems really bad. It was really good on earlier patches of the pre-release build. I would not recommend caring about initiative very much, and just build heavies on everything. So heavy cav, heavy infantry would be my general recommendation. And I think cavalry's better until maybe the 4th age. And then you just put levies in the middle. Infantry levies. Infantry are better in the middle, probably. And then cavalry's better on the flanks. Because infantry get, damage reduction. How do I change keybinds? Settings. Input bindings. Here. What's the difference between bronze, silver, and gold locations? I must have missed it being explained somewhere. Like these? Well, so silver locations are going to be the provincial capital, so see how we have provinces? There's only going to be one silver location in each province. And then the gold location is your capital. What should you import-export from markets besides increasing trade capacity for and automating trade for profit? Often you will want to import inputs for your industries if like you can't source the inputs very well yourself, or stuff to satisfy your pop needs. Also, importing gives you institution growth, so we are importing to here, or we were importing very deliberately from Sevilla, so that we could get the colonial, so that we could get New World institution. But now that we have that kind of going on, what we'll do is we'll request knowledge sharing so that they give us a little bit more, spread of New World. Because now that New World's in the market, we are actually getting spread of it. So we'll ask our subject to kindly give us some spread, some sweet spread. What's your end game as Austria? I don't know. Just trying to play like relatively tight. We're kind of getting to the point where, I mean, this is our diplomatic map mode. We're really strong. I think in terms of tech, though, we do want the next age of, after we get some of this, we want the cavalry for this age. We want to go lancers. But I think that we're getting to the point where we're just like really strong relative to the AI. And there's like, I don't know, it depends if we want to RP or what. We could try and go fight like Vigianagar. Vigianagar is probably spooky. We have to find him. But in Europe, I think that we're the primary power. I mean, we're the #1 GP, and like we also just have a really good political situation. Nobody's upset with us. This is our antagonism map mode. It's not like we've made anyone really, really mad. Bohemia's probably like the most mad at us, but like they're going to be just a few wars away from just being crippled and not being able to do really anything. A few small wars, because we're just playing small ball generally. Mr. Miyagi and Svata, thank you for the follow, big guys. I've made keybinds so far. Every time it resets to the default, it's so annoying, Sag. So what you have to do is you have to set the key bindings. I also on the Discord, if you want to, the link to my Discord is on the YouTube, and I do have just my file for the keybinds, which you should just be able to put in the folder, and then you can just use it. But you have to save, and then save the game, and then exit to menu, and then exit the game, and that's how I was able to get them to properly save, which is really kind of frustrating. Moan, thank you for the follow, big nice. Did someone raid me? Give so many follows. Spawn Printing Press, you're welcome. Thank you. Or sorry, thank you, and then I say you're welcome. Yeah. It all makes sense now. Cheers. You're welcome. In Econ Sliders, you get situations like 2.63 gold and 2.45 gold, both giving 0.1 stabs, so calculating to give more values and showing you rounded or just calculating rounded. I think it's calculating the exact thing and just showing you the rounded number, is my understanding. Tips for getting comfortable with the economy. I get that the mechanics of Vic-3 might be more complex, but the sheer number of buildings and PM's goods is really overwhelming. I think you just have to kind of play reps to some extent, to the extent of like getting used to the things. I would say that just simple heuristics are maybe okay. Like in the construction, you can, being able to sort by lists and cards is useful, and when you're figuring stuff out, doing this is nice, and when you're looking for something that's just profitable, you can sort by profit and kind of try and figure out what's going on. To be fair, it's not going to be as profitable in the same location, so you have to really have to like read through this, because some places, let's like show Spinners Guild's better example. Our most profitable Spinners Guilds are making like 1 ducat, but we scroll down just a little, and they're like making 0.6, and that's because lack of market access or control. So I would say that the thing to focus on if you're coming from Vic-3, the thing to focus on is control and market access really matter, and try and play around that, and don't sweat the other stuff as hard. But like this is the thing to learn, is to understand the control and the market access, because these really, really throttle how much money you get from stuff. But you can just, an oversimplified heuristic is sorting by what's most profitable, and then try and focus on controlled market access, and then once you do that, focusing on what's available in provinces in terms of resources and building around that is useful. Like for example, in our silver province, this is where we have 3 urban areas that we're producing the jewelry, because we get a production efficiency bonus, but like focus on this early is probably not as important. I think the thing to focus on early is this, and like looking at what gives proximity and trying to figure out the system for proximity. Playing in England, 2 things I've noticed is the Civil War mechanic is meh. I shouldn't have to capture my land back and win if I crush their armies and they can barely get 400 levies. Yeah, so they barely get any levies, it's kind of meh, and they don't get any of your regulars. So once you exit the early game, like, Civil Wars are completely useless and can't do anything to you, basically, other than be annoying, unless another power provokes that Civil War and joins on the side of the Civil War, which can often happen. So that is something to be a little bit careful about. Wait, are they somehow losing over here? They're not losing. No, there's no way. You have no antagonism, what the hell? Because we were a nice boy, okay? We played nice with everyone. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like a lot of diplomacy stuff. If you improve relations with people, you keep the antagonism down, and if you just avoid getting too high antagonism to begin with, it's easier to keep it down low. And so, also, just doing smaller wars, keeping it low, makes everything a lot more straightforward and easy. And so just doing that is kind of what we've done. Like, small ball initially. What's your cutoff value for goods to decide to leave it rural or turn it into urban province? Are there factors? There are a ton of factors. It's not just the goods. I have a goods tier list on the YouTube, and I would just generally recommend that for kind of parsing through what goods are good, but there's a lot of reasons to want to upgrade to an urban location, and I'm going to make a video for that once I can figure out a new piece of software to be using for editing, because I can't export mine in HD anymore. Try to destroy France, let's see some action. True. I think we're looking to wrap up the stream as soon as I complete the questions, because I want to work on my video, and I want to feed the cat. I think that... So the way we would beat France is by just going for gobs and gobs of mercs on top of all of our levies, on top of us recruiting more troops, and actually saturating our training. So here's the thing, like, we're making a good amount of money. We can afford to completely saturate the armories, we're just not. And if we saturate the armories, we can afford a way, way bigger field of regulars. And, okay, they have way more levies, and levies are way better early, but, like, we can fight it. It just, even if we win, I think that war is not worth it. Like, which is why I don't want to declare war on them. It's a rumble just to rumble, right? It's not a good or effective war, because wood chippering a ton of pops actually just makes you weaker. And, like, developing and gaining pops is really important and valuable. And so... it's like a bad war, if that makes sense. So, like, that's why I don't want to declare it. Not because we can't, like, win it, but because it's, like, it's just no good. If that makes sense. Toga, thank you for the follow, big dice. Much appreciated, my guy. What's your current key bindings? I have a video for it on the YouTube, but, like... I mean, we could go through it just very... if you just want to, like... What are you? You're on YouTube? Okay, so... we do have a video for it, but just scrolling through slowly... This is what our current setup is. We have all of our military hotkeys on shift blank, and then we have all of our other hotkeys kind of grouped by theme, with a lot of our political and terrain ones in the top row, military ones in the middle row, and infrastructure and economy ones in the bottom row, with a emphasis towards putting the keys we place more frequently on the left side. So this is our top row: control, political, location, ranks, raw materials. Below that, military, tactical, supply, war, and fortifications. Below that, market, proximity to capital. C is just confirm, and V is development. And so this is the current setup we have gone with. Base proximity cost, the same for all provinces. Its base is 45, but I wouldn't say it's the same for all provinces, because going out of a wetland is going to have more of a proximity cost than into a wetland. So coming through, like, we pay 7.99 here because we have the wetlands farmlands, but going in we're only 7.23. So it's going to matter based on the terrain. How do I point someone as an explorer? The button's grayed out, nothing's red. Did the explorer die? So you could swap here to change the explorer, but is the explorer dead? And you don't see this button? There's no button like this? So this is a UI bug that is kind of annoying, and it's one I talked about in my review. You automate exploration, they will automatically assign a new explorer, and then you just swap out the explorer to one you want. Yeah. Figured out under geopolitics. Oh, did they fix the bug? When you move your capital span, when you move your capital to Sevilla, spelled with a C, I think it's probably like 100 years in-ish. You do it once you have a decent amount of maritime presence, and also a decent amount of coastal stuff, either in Andalusia or North Africa, for that maritime presence to be significant and useful. Looks like Spain's going to be a thing soon. Do you need some base stability or something to change government reforms? I don't know why they're all grayed out. To change government reforms. For these? So you need to have slots, and the ones that are grayed out at the bottom, you need to have a certain amount of values. So here we have to have a combination of innovative and the other one. We want to see the rumble, though? I mean... It's so bad, though. Like, the war's just bad. Like, because we can't take that much. We can't kneecap them that hard. It's gonna be a huge slog. And, like, it doesn't do... I mean, like, we could be, like, thematically, we're fighting for the HRE. The HRE. It's good for me, the HRE. So sorry. The HRE. We made the HRE. We're gonna fight for no reason. It's like the 1900s when we had a massive war, and then another one for stupid reasons. A bunch of pops will die. Nothing will happen. Yada yada. Let's fight this war that's really bad. And then everyone's dead. Yeah. Or we could just wait till the next stage, where regulars will actually be good. And then we just steamroll them because we have like 5 times as many regulars. It's kind of, yeah. Pyrrhic victory, exactly. What's your philosophy on when and where to get the most out of creating vassals? The farther, well, I think you just kind of, I think for the most part, if you can avoid integrating stuff yourself, you should. And one of the ways you do that is with vassals who will integrate the stuff for you. And when you annex them, it will be integrated. So this guy is working to integrate this, and effectively increases your cabinet actions. And so, yeah, I think you use them to integrate like everything until you are pressured out of doing so by virtue of them getting so disloyal, because they have this country strength of all relative to overlords modifier. And at that point, you have to slow down. But if you have a bunch of, you could get a bunch of means by which you can kind of extend this a little bit further, like by having really good diplomats and this type of thing. And we have a lot of that in Austria. Like, we're so overloaded in that regard. That's letting us to integrate a lot of guys like this. Hey, Alweezy, how's it going? Someone made a Twitch clip. Let's go. We'll check that out later. I mean, Siggy is convincing me that the war should be fought for no reason. Not like this. They're like, we're off to war song, so we can buzzsaw all of our people to death. Terrible. But, yeah. Caught up with the chat, though. Am I missing rally points for raised levies? No, there's no rally point. But what you can do, is once the levies are raised, select any unit, and then right-click here, and that will select everything. So, that could be useful. Seems that some buildings don't have the prod efficiency bonus, despite me having input goods in the province. What am I doing wrong? They have to be using the PM. So here's an example. This is using the stone PM. It won't get the production efficiency bonus unless it's using this PM. But I think since stone is cheaper in our market, it's just going to swap back to stone. And it's going to be annoying, but it will actually output more masonry this way. Unless it just needs to recalculate. But the automation on that is a little bit annoying. Invade Russia in the winter, right? Why would AI Milan want that land? AI Milan did not choose to take that land. We gave it to Milan. Are fishing villages bugged? They seem to never employ... No, they're not profitable, so that's why they're not employing up. If you want them to employ up, which there's reason to want them to employ up, you are going to have to... Oh, sorry. You're going to have to go fishing villages, and you're going to have to click this, and you subsidize them. Which will give you a very small amount of sailors. Which is kind of okay. I think that Trieste, do we want the wood as a... I think we're just going to want as many coastal provinces as possible, so we'll leave that for now. How many pops are there, though? Just 10k? Yikes. What's our maximum? Control is nothing, because we don't have it cored. Womp womp. What? We don't want to accept Slovene, but we were thinking we might want to accept Venetian. We actually don't meet the requirements, though. What are most of the pops here? It honestly wouldn't take super long to assimilate some of these, and honestly, we would want to assimilate it right now after they finish, because they actually have reasonably high control. This is a little bit cheeky. Like, we don't have any business having control that high, but we will assimilate faster with the high control. And to be fair, we don't mind assimilating some of these up here as well. It's kind of bad, but there's really not a lot of pops here. So just a little bit will go a long way to making these cores. Yeah, we want docks. We want docks for the sailors. Sport Jaloof. Is there a force limit? There's no force limit other than what you can afford. There is like an expected army size that if you're over it or under it, this type of thing, it will, like, I think affect satisfaction of your nobles or something like that. I forget which, but it's not a hard limit or soft limit. Like, they don't get more expensive. Have you experienced an issue when you load a game max zoom and you cannot zoom in or out on the camera? I did the trick with the keybinds and now I can't play the game, Sag. You did the trick with it. You pressed tab? It's maybe an issue with tab. I don't know. Tab is like such a weird one because I think like in theory this is like what replaces a mini-map, right? You just do this and like... But honestly, like, I am not fast at all at doing that. But if you're like, okay, we're fighting in Egypt and then we're also fighting in the Netherlands, like, this is how you would do it. Instead of... But... Can you do the G word in this game? Well, assimilation is considered sufficient for that to be that. So yeah, you can. Your lifesaver, they're finally employing up now. Godspeed. What's the most efficient employment system? I generally like infrastructure first, then most profitable. One annoying thing is libraries aren't considered infrastructure. Donker, thank you for the new Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Yuri Jikovic, thank you for the follow, big nice. They intervene in rivals' wars, and this feels so much smoother than in past games. Nice, nice. We don't do it that often. I don't thumb that many pies. I probably should be doing that a lot more than... To be honest, TBH. We have gems? Do we have a bailiff on the gems? Tell me we have a bailiff on the gems. We do. Use a bailiff here, though. Generally pretty poor at getting control over there. I don't think we have a lot of pops. I mean, we kind of have some pops down here. Actually, do we are we getting control here? Yeah, we're getting control here from up here. And before we were getting control from a bailiff in this location. And that's why we didn't urbanize this, but now we can urbanize this because they're no longer... Well, they need them here. Oh no, wait, this is still coming from the capital, not from the bailiff. Yeah, perfect. The bailiff is no longer the primary source of stuff. What's this province look like? Stone, lead, beeswax. If this province had some good stuff in it, we'd put the sturdy grains in like that. I'm just trying to figure out why my burgers are so ass poor. I think I forgot. I was wanting to check this before, but I couldn't. I forgot, or I got distracted. Why are you so poor, dude? That's a lot of monthly expenses, eh? Yeah, the burgers aren't building roads. That's why we're thinking about it, because the burgers will naturally build a bunch of roads. They have no positive money, they're not building anything. We have mostly a price collapse here. So I think we'll just build to all the urban areas that are kind of near the capital here. And then maybe some of the good resources. Like to the gold and the silver. And then from here... How's our price collapse going? It's going okay for a secondary market. Let's do some of this stuff. And then I think we have gold here. Let's get it there, into the iron. And we're almost out of money. And we're actually getting proximity here. Wow, 35 proximity, that's so crazy. It's because the river gives 30. Yeah, so us getting pound-lock canals alongside these is going to be useful to us. Is Russia fun? No, Russia's not very fun. Russia's start is really, really rough, and then you get to pop off really hard later. Won my first coalition war, feels good. I'm top dog of the Russian force. Very nice. Quai Sats. How's it going? I think we're about to wrap up here, but welcome. We're getting kind of close. We just spent all of our money on roads. We do have this eco, like, pop... Like, the thing is, we're gonna pop off so hard in just a second here, because these employing up and actually, like, coming in is really, really, really valuable. It's gonna take a little while to employ up, because we went aristocratic instead of plutocratic, but... I think we're just thinking that we need to fight Venice next. Is this our former ally? No, it's not. Yeah, this is the war we were thinking of. Excuse me? Interesting. You don't see the AI do too much of this. I was unaware that you could use Parliament claims of your subjects, but I think your subjects only do that if they have a claim themselves. OG Gainsha and Tad Scout, thank you for the follow, big nice. How do you easily see what resources are in each province, like with the province borders? So you assign hotkeys, and you oscillate between province and this. Is kind of one way to do it. You could also click, and there will be a white outline. You can see the white outline. It's sometimes not very legible, but that's one way to do it. So I expand my control eventually using roads, castles, and bailiffs. Well, the castles don't do anything, but the roads and bailiffs do, yeah. And so, like, the road infrastructure is really important. Bridges are also really valuable. Pound-lock canals are valuable. Rivers are really valuable. The reason we have so much control over to the right is because that's all downriver from Vienna. And so, like, that's why, like, I think as Austria, like, is so... Like, the Hungarian land's so valuable because you could actually... Well, it's kind of valuable. the thing is, the RGOs and like opportunities for production bonuses is relatively low here, but you probably just don't care. It's probably actually just insane. This will be really valuable once we incorporate it, because this has got a lot of gold and silver. We have, what, 2 gold and a silver just in here? And so this will be kind of an incorporation in the near future. Well, considering we can't incorporate Mantua yet, actually we can. We just got the ability to be incorporating them. We're trying to incorporate the subject type that they are to free things up. And Mantua and Verona are kind of on the chopping block. But Mantua, we already accept that culture, so that'll be a little bit better for us. We can flip Transylvania to our culture, too. They don't join our wars. And they would convert everything. Just like this guy's converting everything to Danube. We got a decent amount of Danube conversion too here. In this area. Convert area interaction. What's our control look like? Just kind of not especially good. Yeah. I mean, here it's fantastic, but it's dropping. Actually, you know what? We do want to assimilate area over there. I think it's just better. Because there's some areas where our control is still dropping, because there was high control there from a previous subject. And these places we're going to assimilate very, very quickly. 89, yeah. There's a lot of pops to assimilate, but... in some of those. Chat, does anyone know the answer? Is there a necessary building loop to start ASAP, like tool and wood and iron and Vic 3? As long as you don't have a bunch of burghers importing, you want to get masonry and lumber. But if you have a bunch of burghers importing, it's going to be too hard for you to collapse the price. My run, I converted Cathar, it's 10% max literacy or 10% efficiency of cabinet better. I'd say literacy by like a large margin. Literacy is real good. If you play the save all the way to 1800s, how much land do you think you could really realistically conquer? Depends how hard I want to sweat. I mean, we're not even at 1500, and like... the thing is, the annexations get faster and faster and faster as you get bigger. And so, like, this is effectively our map. The green is effectively what we've conquered. So... and we haven't even hit turn and burn yet. We're still playing with low antagonism. I mean, I'm confident we could get all of Europe. But China would start taking a long time. The Chinese provinces will be really expensive by the time you hit late game. If you want to do a world conquest, you're probably supposed to not chase war score cost reduction and probably just supposed to start in China. Because the way the costs scale, they scale with pop, they scale with buildings, and they scale with like tax base and like this type of stuff for locations. And all those will just be way higher in China. You're probably just supposed to start as someone in that region, conquer all of China, and then conquer all of North India, or India, and, like, you benefit more from having lower war score costs, flat war score costs in earlier ages. And then by the time you get over to, like, Europe, you're kind of whatever. Parliament CBs seem worse than manual province CBs. Yeah, Parliament CBs aren't super great. You know what else makes money? Go to war with France and making them pay war reps? Nah, it doesn't. It costs money. Does choosing one side or the other in the schism do anything important? Not really. That situation just kind of seems a little bit lame, to be honest. Yeah, it's like, I'm not even sure, like, the positive effects of it when you're playing, like, France. As the Papal States, you really want to move your capital to Rome, so you really care about that, but as Papal States, it's a big deal. literacy, especially early, you get both in the long run, but it's taking forever. Well, so like here's the thing: is you're going to get more and more and more cabinet efficiency modifiers. It's going to kind of dilute out the value of 10% cabinet efficiency. Like this guy, we're getting a total of 229% on cabinet efficiency. So an additional 10% is like kind of like, I guess, medium-ish, but like literacy is a little bit less like that. And especially early on, the literacy on the peasants is really valuable because you get a bunch of pop promotion speed. Look at this, we're getting 80% pop promotion speed, so that's really quite useful. You also get development growth percentage and burgers trade capacity, so that could be pretty valuable. Wow, our literacy map mode is wild. It's like actually just like a line in line with the cities. Has anyone done a world conquest yet? Not to my knowledge. I think it's possible. My man head about to blow up. So many info inputs in the first playthrough. Yeah. Yep. Is there any overlay to easily see rivers and stream direction? There's not a good way to see direction. The river map mode is good for seeing the rivers. You have to set this on a hotkey. It is not available through the bottom bar. But direction's a little bit more annoying. Direction, you kind of have to have a capital or a market, like along the river, or find one kind of along the river, and then go like this, and take a look at if you're getting a modifier for a river. And here we're not, because the paved road is better than an upstream river bonus on proximity, but if we do this, we'll get to see minus 30 proximity cost of going downstream. Or this is how I figure out what direction the rivers are going in. So that's why we get so much more control into Hungary here than we do going over this way, because the river's going downstream this direction, and the rivers go all the way down to here. And so those will be really valuable for us, or allow us to get a lot of control. Currently, we don't accept the pops, so they're not cored. We can take a look at the cost of coring Hungarian. It's going to be decreasing as we convert more and more of them. Yeah, it's 2.5 to core, so... we tried to ally with Hungary early, so that if we allied with Hungary early, we could have improved cultural opinion like twice, and then made it way cheaper. That was the goal at the start, but like it didn't stick, the alliance, so... What are the general tips for where you want to make new town cities? In places where resources are bad, and then also places with high pops, this type of thing. I love that there's so much more going on, but the game does not seem that hard, just incredibly tedious. I mean, it's kind of fun to you until you outscale it, at least. Well, to be fair, we're doing well against the AI, and we're 130 years in, but, like, also, I have 1,400 hours in the game. I don't know. Like, Paradox games are never really that hard in single player. And we started as Austria, which isn't exactly, like, a weak start. Like, it's weak relative to... It's, like, not a top 10 start, but it's not, like, terrible. Hey, you probably heard that question often. Could you, or someone in chat, please explain how to increase control? I even build roads to the capital, but it's still low. It's building roads to the capital and then getting better tier roads, and then, you're improving proximity. A big source of it is proximity. A big source of it is also just integration. You want everything to be core provinces instead of integrated. So you need to integrate and core things. But proximity cost reduction modifiers are really, really powerful. And you kind of just stack them and really seek them out. And we have, like, kind of all the ones we can get. And so this segment that would otherwise cost 15... now costs 7, and so that means that not only is this segment are we getting 7 more proximity between Melk and Amstetten, but also we're getting 7 proximity here, 7 proximity here, 7 proximity here, right? So that's 21 proximity. So if we didn't stack modifiers, our proximity here, instead of being 70, would be like 50, and so instead of this giving us like 49 control, it would give us like 35 control, and so like 15 less control, we would have like 75 control here if we didn't have all these proximity modifiers. So proximity cost modifiers are really good. What to do to get the assimilate area cabinet action? You have to become cultural hegemon, and to do that you will want to build libraries and universities, because those will give you cultural influence. Whoever's the most cultural influence gets it. Why do you want to create towns where the resources are bad? As a general heuristic, urban areas are more valuable. However, you can only build so many because you are often throttled by food. And towns have this modifier, or sorry, rural areas have this modifier, plus 100% maximum RGO size. So generally speaking, if the RGO is good, you'd rather have more levels of the RGO. So if we urbanize this, we would have fewer levels of silver. And so that's why, because you value rural, good RGOs being rural a lot more. And silver and gold specifically, you actually, like, even if you had unlimited food, I think you'd leave those rural. Same with spices. Like, the really kind of premium up there, resources, I think you don't. Unified Culture Group? It's not Unified Culture Group. That's a different thing. Last time I checked, that didn't work, but the last time I checked was forever ago, so that might work now. I think we're gonna find someone to raid and then call it a day. That way we can feed the cat and, although she has dry food, she's fine. And work on a video. So let's see if anyone is streaming the category. And of course someone will be streaming EU5, what am I saying? Anyone we know. We've raided Poi a couple times. I don't think we don't want to raid him again, because we've raided him a couple times. I guess we could, but... Let's see who else is in the category. Playmaker is... Raid Playmaker. I don't think he reads his Twitch chat, though. Let's raid him anyways. That'll be fine. We didn't read like last time we raided him. And he tends to have more on YouTube, but we'll send you guys over there. And then we will also link his Twitch for the YouTubers, but he also has a YouTube, so you could also just look that up, but we don't have the link for it right here. But we will link the Twitch, and then maybe we answer one or two more questions on our way out. Sorry to colonize Canada. Should release them as colonial nation or keep them direct? Release as colonial nation. Much better. They get a ton of pop growth and dev bonuses, in addition to actually being able to have control. Cabinet action, not the assimilate area. Unified Culture Group. You want to do that? I'm not sure. Just watch your resource tier list, build a power base, and map mode hotkey videos. Super useful stuff. Thanks for putting that out there. You're very welcome. Alright, let's go for the raid. Let's say bye-bye to the YouTubers. Bye-bye, YouTubers. Bye-bye now. And then say, raid